It is true what they say, that hell is cold and hell freezes over. Was that a Dante's Inferno thing? Let me fact check real quick. Let's ask the AI before we start. I believe I heard that the older, what would it be called? The older vision of hell is a cold and freezing landscape, and that the idea of hell as a burning inferno is a more modern concept. Is this true? And what are the sources for these claims? Okay. Let's see. Answer. The idea that hell is a cold and freezing landscape is not entirely accurate, nor is it true that the concept of hell as a burning inferno is a more modern concept. Both cold and fiery depictions of hell have existed throughout history, with the fiery version being more prevalent in early Christian teachings. The concept of hell as a place of fire and torment appears in early Christian texts. Jesus himself referred to hell as a place of, quote, eternal fire and, quote, a blazing furnace, where there would be, quote, weeping and gnashing of teeth. This fiery depiction was further developed by early Christian theologians and apocryphal texts in the 2nd century CE. Halo CE? Whoa! Which provided graphic descriptions of hell and its torments. However, cold elements in hell have also been present in various depictions. 1. In Dante's Inferno, 14th century, the lowest level of hell is described as a frozen lake. 2. Some medieval visions of hell include both fire and ice. Whoa, like a song of fire and ice? Whoa. With descriptions of, quote, pits full of dark flames and, quote, freezing pools of garbage. What the heck? That's just New York City. The idea of hell as primarily cold may stem from the Norse mythology, where Hel, H-E-L, referred to both the ruler of the underworld and the place itself, which was described as cold and misty. In conclusion, the fiery version of hell has been a dominant concept since early Christianity, while cold elements have been incorporated into various depictions over time. The notion of hell as exclusively cold is not supported by historical evidence. Okay, let's ask a follow-up question. What is the source of the phrase, quote, hell freezes over, end quote? Answer. The phrase, quote, when hell freezes over, is an idiom that conveys the idea that something is extremely unlikely. Okay, I see. Extremely unlikely or impossible to happen. Its origin can be traced back to the 19th century in Middle American English, with the first recorded use appearing in print around 1919. Notably, authors F. Scott Fitzgerald and P. G. Wodehouse popularized this expression, often using it in their correspondence by signing off with, quote, "Yours till hell freezes over." I can't tell if that's cringe or based. What if I do that? What if I start writing letters and at the end of them I say, yours till hell freezes over? Hang on a second. Hang on. Wait. If the phrasing "when hell freezes over" conveys the idea of something being extremely unlikely to happen, then does that mean I will never be yours if I end the letter with "yours till hell freezes over"? Because the way I initially read it was yours until I die. I will hold you dearly until I die. Which is where the hell freezes over. But then if we're taking into consideration something that's extremely unlikely or impossible to happen, it could be read as "I will never be yours. I will never hold you dearly." The imagery of hell freezing over is ironic because hell is traditionally viewed as a place of intense heat and torment, making the concept of it freezing seem absurd. This idiom belongs to a broader category of expressions that emphasize improbability, similar to phrases like, quote, "when pigs fly." In literature, the concept of a frozen hell can be found in Dante's The Divine Comedy, where the lowest circle of hell is depicted as a frozen wasteland, reinforcing the idea that such a scenario could only occur under the most unimaginable circumstances. I see. Curious. Very curious. Okay, let's pretend none of that ever happened, and this is the actual start of the stream right now. Hello, and welcome to hell. Which is kind of pretty cold today, right this very now. Like, seriously. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. I have been watching my slideshow go, and some of these things are outdated pretty heavily. I need to update these real quick. Oh, crap. Fuck. Where are media? Media 2. I do have quite a couple of things. My Twitch offline page needs some updating. My slideshow here needs some updating. Let me hide the screen real quick. Where is... There we go. Yeah, I know. Oh, fuck, I just realized what I should do as well on my Obsidian library. Let me add that real quick right now. Oh, yeah, let me also... Fuck, I think I saw somewhere recently of a thingy. just post it everywhere. Just post it once, send it all over on Discord and Twitter and Reddit. I need to get that thingy instead of doing it but fuck. My potential issue with that is sometimes I want to post the thumbnail of the stream rather than the link. For instance, in a particular website platform where posting links hides it from people, so you don't get shit. And also sometimes I know on Reddit when I post the link to the stream directly, sometimes it doesn't appear nicely, so I just post the thumbnail first. I didn't do it this time, but whatever. Okay, I need... Okay, on my Obsidian to-do list, I will add create resource, or I guess not resource page, maybe resource links for OBS setup. Because it did take me a while to do my now playing thing, and I do like the way it turned out, so if other people want to do that, I will help them out. There was one more thing, one more reference page I wanted to make. Oh, setting up Obsidian with, oh crap, Obsidian. Fuck. With Excalibur. Because I don't think I've seen anybody else that I know have the Excalibur thingy wingy. Let's publish that. Oh hey, God of Doors, when did you get in here? Welcome to hell. Which is also the... I say that when I start every stream, and it's also my Obsidian thingy here. Welcome to hell. How are you? Hopefully you are not as cold and freezing as I am. Okay, so what thingies here do I need? Yeah, it's about to be 1 a.m. for me as well, but my hours are pretty strange. So I guess I am thankful that I have some European viewers who from time to time pop in. And I know it's not a good hours for American people who are working on mostly normie hours. So yeah. But I guess the good thing is my streams are typically pretty quiet and chill. And some people have mentioned there's this one thing here. Hang on, let me see if I can pull it up. Somebody was listening to one of my audiobook streams, and they said that they fell asleep and they had to come back the next day to keep listening. Let me see if I can find it. I do like having this this cozy sense of just having a place to chill and relax. So if you fall asleep, I completely understand. 26 degrees. Hang on, how much is it here? Oh my god, that was so loud.
God of Doors Zero just subscribed.
You just scared the shit out of me, dude. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Gremlin Club. If you are on Discord, you can grab my emotes there as well. Oh, fuck, all the more reason for me to work on my emotes. That's what I was gonna do today, work on some emotes. Oh wait, I don't think this cringe gar one. I don't think that cringe gar one is a subscription. I think that's a bits emote, and the stars one as well. Well, anyway, I gotta make more emotes because I have to populate my 5 animated emotes, and I definitely need to get those out for subscribers like you. Thank you very much. Does Discord work? Yes, that should be the link, so you can use your emotes on Discord. Easy peasy. What the heck? It's 18 degrees Fahrenheit here. Holy moly! No wonder my hands are freezing. I need like 5 dedicated heaters all around me at all times. Okay, what here needs upgrading? Oh, I gotta add blue sky to my thing. Where is... I got too many things. Way too many things. Where is the blue sky logo? Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. What the heck? Fuck, it's an SVG! Ugh. Is this one gonna work? Okay, there we go. I think I like it with the blue here in the background. I'll do that. Okay, there we go. And I think here I'll just do. Luckily I can use my domain 0suitsonia.me. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Oh fuck! I was gonna look for. I got way too many things open. That one message with the guy. I think he was listening to my follow reach thing. Fuck! I thought I commented recently. Where'd it go? I'll find it. Holy crap! I have way too many comments that are spam. No, fuck, I can't find it. Oh, here we go, here we go. I played this to fall. This is 1 year ago. I played this to fall asleep, but I ended up going back and forth to catch up on what I missed while I dozed off. And then I said, the heroic efforts of Master Chief are too cool to keep you from sleeping. See, look, when I read the follow reach to people, they just come back for more. Okay, give me this. Kill this guy. Fuck, no, wrong guy. Give me this guy. Where is... Oh, effects down here. Okay. Okay. Alright, before I keep going super quiet, let me pull up. I've got a couple of spooky stories ready and lined up. I want to start with this one. Missing 411 has a solution. For the unaware, Missing 411 is a series of books and documentaries by a investigator named David Paulides, and he gathers evidence of what he believes to be strange disappearances, strange deaths, things that are abnormal like that, where typically there are unsolved mysteries of one kind or another. Sometimes they occur in cities, sometimes they occur in wilderness. And this is a recent video from 7 days ago by Joe Scott, titled, "The Missing 411 Mystery Has a Solution. You Won't Like It." So we'll listen to this while I do my little projects here. I think my audio levels are good, so let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. One of the YouTubers I follow did something over this, can't remember which. I do tend to follow some people. There's this other guy who may have covered it. Is he in here? The Lore Lodge. I think I watched this one already before. He seems to cover spooky mysteries. This one's about, did Bigfoot stalk loggers in the Pacific Northwest? Maybe this is the guy you're thinking of? Why did they disappear? We went looking for missing people in the Smokies. Doesn't surprise me if this guy covered Missing 411 stuff. Oh, here we go. Missing 411, the feral people theory. I've only watched one of that guy's videos, so I think I should follow him and find more stuff that he's into. Okay, audio test on the video.
On June 14, 1969, the Martin family was on a camping trip in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park in Tennessee, along with another family they were friends with. There were four of them: William Martin, his father Clyde Martin, and his two sons Douglas and 6-year-old Dennis. At one point on the trip, the other family was returning from a hike, and when they could hear them coming, little Dennis decided he wanted to play a little prank. So he ran down the trail a little bit and hid in the woods so he could jump out and surprise them. 5 minutes or so passed and the other family came walking into the camp, but Dennis wasn't with them. When asked, they said they never saw him. William and Douglas immediately went looking for Dennis, but he was nowhere to be found. They searched down the trail for up to 2 miles, poking into the woods and calling his name the whole way, but he was just gone. After hours of searching, they sought help from the park rangers, but by the end of the day, there was still no trace of Dennis. In the following days and weeks, everyone from the National Guard to the Green Berets to the Boy Scouts joined in the search. Over 1,400 volunteers helped scour a 50-square-mile area of the park and one of the largest missing persons hunts in history up to that point. But despite all of that, Dennis Martin was never seen again. The Dennis Martin story is one of hundreds of stories of people disappearing in national parks across the United States, so much so that the phenomenon has a name: Missing 411. So today we're going to examine a few stories from the Missing 411 art.
I do think I listened to this guy's, what's the guy's name? The guy who jumped out of the plane with all the money. DB Cooper, right? I think I listened to this guy's DB Cooper thingy like a year ago or 2 years ago. I forgot exactly how long it was. Was it this guy who recently did that video that they think they found DB Cooper because of that parachute? Let's see. What's his most recent stuff? No, must have not been this guy. Must have been somebody else. Wendigoon. Oh, Wendigussie on the Roanoke Tales. Okay, I didn't. I pulled up a Wendigussie video at one point. It was a cryptid tier list. And he just rambled for like the first 40 minutes before he even started the tier list. I couldn't. I had to leave. I can't. He's a liar. He says he's gonna do the tier list, and he waits like 20 minutes. So I have not really watched any Wendigoon stuff, unfortunately. His tier list videos are too long. I can't watch that. Okay, well, I guess it's a good thing my judgment told me that I should click off the video. If your criticism is that his tier lists are too long, and my criticism is it took him too long to get started on the tier list in the tier list video, then I think great minds think alike.
Dive and see exactly what's going on here. We'll take a look at some of the theories
Big Wendigoon L.
around it, and I'll, chime in on what I think is happening. Some of you may not like it. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with Missing 411. It gets requested a lot on this channel. It's fairly popular on Reddit and YouTube, and there are some interesting theories around it, which we'll get into. The term itself was coined by author and former police officer David Paulides, who wrote a series of books on what he believes is a pattern of mysterious disappearances in wilderness areas. Now, there are a lot of missing persons cases. They're not uncommon. In fact, they're kind of disturbingly common. Around 600,000
could be turned up like 30%. He's too quiet.
People are reported missing in the United States every year, which is insane. But missing 411 cases are different. These are ones that specifically happen in like wilderness areas and national parks, and they often have weird circumstances that defy explanation, like places where people go to hike.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And camp and fish.
Okay, he's like 10 decibels below me, so I think that's probably good. Okay, thank you for the feedback.
Water is actually a pretty common theme on these things, and they do seem to cluster around.
I did start reading that book. Oh yeah, so he's referring to the Missing 411, a sobering reality or something like that. Sobering coincidence. This one, about the body of water. The one that I particularly know a lot about, because I first learned about it a long time ago, was what's her face? The Cecil Hotel girl. There we go, Elisa Lam. I was surprised that that he covered this one in that book, and that I just happened to already know it. And then the that one video game, the Y2K, Yick, the postmodern RPG guy, he also like, oh my god, that guy. It's just like a mixture of 3 different things: spooky stories, Dave Paulides, and then this Yick developer who's kind of a cringe lord. Just all 3 of these just created this this one little black hole of my specific set of interests. That was so weird when all of those things came together.
Around specific places like Yosemite and the Grand Canyon. Sometimes these people disappear and no trace of them is ever found. Sometimes remains are found years later, but they're like nowhere near where they vanished. And sometimes remains appear, but they show up in places that were already thoroughly searched beforehand. And every once in a while, someone will be found alive, but they're in a peculiar physical or mental state, often with no memory of what happened to them. But the cases do seem to have what I can only describe as a unifying strangeness to them, which has led to all kinds of theories and speculation. Some of them are reasonable, and some are pretty out there. There's far too much for me to cover in one video, and there's no shortage of content on YouTube about this. I could point you to the Lore Lodge and Coast to Coast AM if you really want to go down
the Lore Lodge. He mentioned my other guy. What the heck?
Rabbit hole, but today I'm just going to focus on a few of them and let you decide. Let's start with the case that I've already mentioned, that of Dennis Martin, or Denny to his family. 55 years later, this case still has plenty of unanswered questions. Questions like,
okay, we have just discovered our own unanswered question. Where the heck is the Patreon layer? It's not here. He walked off into the woods and disappeared, never to be seen again.
How does a healthy 6-year-old vanish so close to a busy campsite? And so quickly? And so quietly? How can more than 1,400 volunteers, including Green Berets and even Boy Scouts, fail to find any trace of him? Well, it turns out there was actually one possible trace. There was a set of footprints that they found that they think belonged to Denny. The prints were the right size to be Denny's, and they also resembled the tread of the shoes that Denny was wearing. But the tracks contained one shoe print and one barefoot, which definitely suggests that the person who made those tracks was in potential trouble. Hiking with only one shoe on is not exactly a common thing. But the officials at the time thought that the tracks belonged to one of the searchers who were looking for Denny, so they didn't give it much attention at the moment. Probably a mistake, but all these years later, it's kind of impossible to know. Another possible bit of evidence came out way later when a guy who was illegally hunting ginseng claimed to have found a child-sized skeleton in the area. But when the officials went looking for it, the remains were gone. But I mean, this guy didn't come forward with that until 1985. Apparently he was afraid of being prosecuted for illegal ginseng hunting. I guess, is that a big deal? Now, as for other evidence, there probably could have been a lot more out there, but there just happened to have been a rainstorm the night after it disappeared that might have washed it away. Now, a big part of the problem with Denny's disappearance is actually the massive scale of the search effort itself. I mean, 1,400 people is a lot of people. And many of those people were untrained volunteers who didn't, know what to look for or how to maintain the integrity of the search area. Like, any footprints that might have survived that rainstorm were probably stomped all over by the 1,400 people looking for them. The Park Service actually changed their search protocols after the Denny Martin disappearance for this very reason. That did not, unfortunately, put an end to people going missing in national parks. In July of 2015, another child went missing from a campsite in Idaho. This one's name was Dior Coons Jr., and it was actually featured in the documentary about Missing 411 by David Paulides and his son Ben. There have been a few of these documentaries by now. This was the first one that came out in 2016. The story goes that 2-year-old Dior Coons Jr. vanished from a campsite near Timber Creek Campground near Leodore, Idaho in July of 2015. Dior's parents, Vernal Coons and Jessica Mitchell, took him on an impromptu camping trip along with Jessica's grandpa, Robert Walton, and a friend of Robert's, a guy named Isaac Reinwand. So according to their story, after they set up camp, Vernal and Jessica went out to a nearby store for supplies, and then upon returning, they all decided to walk down to a creek to check out a spot for fishing. All of them except Grandpa Bob. He was 76 years old, he was on oxygen, his health wasn't great, so he chose to stay behind. Initially, Dior started down the path with his parents, but then he decided he wanted to stay with Grandpa, so Jessica sent him running back up the short path to Robert, shouted at him to let him know that Dior was coming his way. After scouting the river for a short amount of time, in some retellings they said it was only 5 minutes, in others they said 15 to 20. Jessica says that she found a fish in the river that she thought Dior would like, so she walked back up the path to where Grandpa Bob was. But when she got there, not only was she surprised to not see Dior, but Grandpa Bob claimed that he never came back. Somehow, in the literal handful of seconds that he was out of eyesight on that path back to Grandpa, Dior Coons disappeared, and he was never seen again. An extensive modern search was conducted, but no trace of Dior was ever found. No body, no clothing, and no boots. I bring up the boots because Isaac told investigators that Dior's boots were way too big for him and ill-fitting, meaning that, well, a couple of things. One, he wouldn't be able to move very fast and probably couldn't have gotten very far with those boots on. And also, if somebody or something picked him up, those boots probably would have fallen off. Not to mention, nobody heard any screaming or distress if he had been picked up by a person or an animal. For all intents and purposes, it's like Dior Coons just vanished off the face of the earth. And to this day, nobody's figured out why. One last story I'll cover here, thankfully doesn't involve a child, but it's pretty famous on the internet and YouTube, and that's the story of Kenny Veach. Not only was Kenny not a child, he was also...
I think I've heard of this guy. Is he the one... He went either hiking or he went to a remote, abandoned village? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
Also an experienced hiker who regularly traveled the Nevada desert. Occasionally he would document this on his YouTube channel under the name Snakebit McGee. To be clear, he wasn't like a full-time YouTuber or anything. He mostly made videos about inventions he wanted to get on Shark Tank. But 10 years ago, he shared a story in the comments of somebody else's video that sparked a lot of debate. His claim was that he had recently found a cave in the deserts outside Las Vegas that seemed to emanate some kind of strange energy or vibration that he couldn't explain, as tends to happen.
Okay, that's why I heard of him. I've heard of this story before where, yeah, this spooky cave with the energy. I think some 4chaners found it. Maybe, if I'm remembering correctly.
In comment sections, people called his bluff and asked him for his location, asked him for proof, but he couldn't provide any. It seems he couldn't remember the exact location of this cave, which of course led many of them to call him a liar. What he did remember vividly was that the opening of the cave was shaped like the letter M. Yes, the infamous M-shaped cave. That argument in the comment section is sadly no longer available, but Kenny was determined to go back to the cave with a video camera and prove him wrong. And on October 18th of 2014, he did exactly that.
Well, here I am, and I'm looking for a cave that I found, and I didn't have a sidearm when I was here before, and something about that cave just spooked me. Out of all the caves I've ever gone in, this one just made my body vibrate. The closer I got to it, the crazier my body felt.
Am I being too internet brained right now, or am I too online, or is anybody else getting the "this is my hole" vibes? Junji Ito strikes again.
And I was like, all right, I'm not gonna go in there right now, but I'm coming back someday. Hopefully I'll find.
Oh no, I'm about to introduce you to a meme. You're not ready. You're not ready. You're not ready for "this is my hole." Out of context, that sounds a little a little weird. Oh my god, where is it? You may have seen this image. Wait, let me see. Okay, everything here is safe for work. This image here. This is my hole. It was made for me. It's a pretty well-known spooky story by an artist who does these macabre, bizarre, psychological horror-ish comics and art. But seeing this and the way he's talking about how the caves is speaking to him and vibrate. Okay, I'm just being too much of an online person then. Now you're gonna start seeing everywhere. Watch every time you're on the internet, you're gonna see a "this is my hole" meme. Watch, just you watch.
Find it. It's shaped like a big M. It's a big cave that looks just like a gigantic M, and it's about as tall as I am and kind of narrow.
Throughout the rest of the video, which has now racked up 3.6 million views, Kenny walks the Mojave Desert looking for the cave. And while he finds other caves, and previous mines and man-made structures, and mountain goats and tortoises and edible desert nuts, he never crosses paths with the M cave. Obviously this didn't help his case with the skeptics, but he remained undeterred, and he avowed in a comment that he was going to go out there again, this time for a whole weekend. He was going to find this cave. That comment was the last thing the internet heard from Kenny Veach. At the time of this video, Kenny Veach has been missing for just over 10 years. Here's what we know. On November 10th, Kenny told his family he was going out for a short overnight trip, and then he never came back. Authorities were contacted and a search began. On November 22nd, his cell phone was found, and it was actually sitting on the platform of that very mine shaft where he recorded that video. Searchers looked inside the mine, thinking, maybe he had fallen in there, but he wasn't there. Not him, none of his clothes or equipment. In fact, no other trace of him was ever found. Interestingly, his video camera was found back at his home, which is actually kind of strange considering the whole reason he was going out there was to find proof of that cave. But the strangeness of that original comment, along with the strangeness of his disappearance, not to mention the fact that he was fairly close to Area 51, it's led to a lot of speculation.
The aliens
ate him. The original comment that he left about that cave was in reference to someone's story about Area 51. So while his disappearance was mysterious, there's no mystery why this story has become one of the most popular internet mysteries of all time.
The aliens ate him.
Fun. I like mysteries. Do you like mysteries? So I've covered a lot of mysteries on this channel, and if you'll forgive me for veering off topic for just a second, there's this project that I've been working on for like well over a year now, and I'm really excited to finally make it public. It is a book. It is the first book of this channel, and it's a book of mysteries, and it's called The Answers of Joe Book of Mysteries. It's a compilation of some of the most popular mystery topics we've covered on this channel over the years, complete with original illustrations, some updates on some of the topics, and a few topics that I've never covered before. So we're making it available for pre-sale this Friday. That's Black Friday, the 29th. And the best way to get it is through the newsletter. We're going to have a crazy discount for newsletter people. We're going to announce it there first and take it wide later on. But if you want first access to it and a crazy discount, just scan this here QR code or go to thatjoescott.com/newsletter. It costs nothing to sign up. It takes like 5 seconds. You can always unsubscribe later, but that's where we're going to be first announcing it, and you'll get a big discount for it. We'll be making.
I believe I'm mostly good. I might be forgetting one more thing though. Okay, I'm looking right here right now. Seeing if everything is up to date, which it should be. Let me just speed it up real quick. 2,000 milliseconds. Looks pretty good. I think I'm forgetting something, but I can't remember what right now. So we'll leave it like this for now. And so the first emote, animated emote that I want to make is based off of... Oh fuck, I can't search because I'm on streamer mode. But well, the kitty in the thumbnail on YouTube. That's a pretty funny emote. Oh, here we go. I found it. This was posted on the 24th of November. And I said my next Twitch emote is going to be a kitty doing the Bigfoot pose. But then, instead of just doing the pose, I think I want to animate it so that he's doing the big feet walk. So that's what I'm going to start working on right now.
Get more public later on. But anyway, I'm super excited to finally get that out there. Thank you for indulging me and letting me talk about it. But for now, I'll shut up. Let's get back to the missing 411 thing. So those are just a handful of stories. Like I said, there's hundreds of them out there. I think 1,400 at last count. So if you have a favorite one, feel free to share it down in the comments. And hell, point to a video to it. I don't mind. But it's led a lot of people to look for explanations and to search for a common cause. Some people see an organized group behind it involved in kidnapping, possibly human trafficking. Some blame it on mysterious, unknown predators or cryptids. Some, of course, see alien abductions. Others find more exotic explanations like mysterious energy vortexes or time slips or portals. One thing that all the proponents do tend to agree on is that whatever it is, the government's covering it up. And a lot of them lay the blame on the National Park Service. Which, I mean, you guys know I'm not a conspiracy bro or anything, but I could definitely understand why the Park Service would want to kind of downplay any risks that paying visitors might face. And I think it's that sort of sense that something is being kept from us, you know, that helps fuel the wilder theories around missing 411. That, and the people who keep kind of pushing the idea, people like David Paulides. David Paulides is a former police officer turned author and filmmaker who began researching missing persons cases in national parks.
Okay, good night, have fun. Thanks so much for dropping by, and thanks again for subscribing. I will see you around. Try not to have spooky nightmares about aliens and big feet and spooky caves consuming you whole. Oh hey, Adflick, when did you get in here? I subscribed. Did you just subscribe right now? Are you on Twitch right now? Because I know you said that you're not sure how to do the text-to-speech robot, right? If you go to Twitch chat right now, and you need to resubscribe, I believe there might be an option above the chat where it says something like show my subscription or something like that. But I'm not sure. I've only subscribed for free with Prime once because they refused to renew my subscription. My free primes. Me and a kitty are watching. A kitty? Did you just get a pet kitty? Or are you outside and a kitty walked up to you? What the heck? How do you have a kitty? Post a picture of said kitty. I want to see this kitty.
Parks after an off-duty park ranger suggested to him that something foul was afoot. So he dove into the subject and began to see what he thought were connections between these cases and similarities that were just...
Oh, meow meow. I see. Care Bear the Stare Bear. I think Stare Bear is still here. Oh fuck, is it Stare Bear? No. Stare Bear. Fuck. Hang on, I can cheat by looking at the Twitch 7 TV ones. There. Oh. No. Oh, it's all lowercase. I see. Stare Bear. Wait, it's not showing up. Is 7TV broken? Oh, there it is. Okay. No, it's just being laggy. Stare Bear. Uh-oh, I wonder if the baby in the bed is also another kitty. What the heck? All the kitties are going to be watching my channel now.
Too weird to ignore. He actually worked in the detective department at the San Jose PD back in the day, so to his detective nose, something didn't smell right. So he coined the term missing 411 and began writing books. The first one was published in 2012, which is actually a two-parter, one that covered the eastern U.S. and one that covered the western U.S. And then he just kind of basically just cranked out books every year after that until about 2020. In between books, he produced 3 different documentaries with his son, Ben Paulides, including Missing 411 in 2017, Missing 411 The Hunted in 2019, and in 2020...
That's the one that I wanted to read initially, The Hunted, which I'm assuming are primarily about hunters. But I couldn't find it. And so I had to resort to doing the sobering coincidence one, which I did read like maybe a couple of entries of that one, maybe 5 or 6. And then I found Elisa Lam, so I think like 7 total. But I was much more interested in the hunted ones, the people who get lost in the woods and what sort of evidence they were able to collect from that. But I guess we'll get a probable answer here from Joe Scott. Let's see if he is believable enough and what kind of work he's put in. Hello? What the...
22, Missing 411, The UFO Connection.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, now might be a good time to point out that before he wrote the Missing 411 books, he wrote 2 books on Bigfoot. So he's always had a bit of a chubby for the woo-woo stuff. The fact that he's a former police detective...
Nothing wrong with the little chub.
...lends him a lot of credibility. But I should also point out that in 1996, he was charged with a misdemeanor for fraudulently soliciting for a charity. Another way of saying that is that he scammed people. Now, to be fair to David, you know, writing a book about Bigfoot or researching Bigfoot, that doesn't automatically make you a quack, and I've always been a bit of a paranormal myself, but I too tend to be more skeptical of people whose whole thing is selling a certain worldview or an idea, because there's just too much monetary incentive to ignore evidence to the contrary. And he has certainly created a cottage industry around Missing 411. And his methods and ideas have been questioned by skeptics. One of the first to really challenge the Missing 411 thing was Kyle Polich from the Monterey County Skeptic Society, who gave a talk about Missing 411 in 2017, just as the first books came out. He dug into the stories in the book and found that, you know, some information was left out, some details were incorrect, and pointed out that for a lot of these cases, while they may make creepy stories, they all have a potential for logical explanations. And he found that some of the wild connections that he makes are tenuous, to say the least. For example, in the...
I'm not sure if I'm going to want the kitty to be moving from left to right or to stay center frame. I believe I like both ideas. So I guess the best thing will just be that I will animate him in the center. Ah, fuck, but it's gonna suck because if I want a believable movement from left to right, then I would need to look at the placement where he's gonna be, as well as where his feet are gonna land. Fuck. Okay, the easiest way to do this would be... let me go look at the Twitch animated rules.
In the case of Amy Bechtel, who disappeared in the Shoshone National Forest in Wyoming, Paulides found one amazing coincidence that he felt was really important to point out.
He goes on in this case to say, Amy Wagner also went missing from this area in 2005. Both their names start with an A, and their first names only have 3 letters.
I'm going to stop short of calling Paulides a scam artist or a grifter or a BS artist or anything like that. He may truly believe in all this, but...
Okay, animated emotes. The image should be sized as either a single GIF For auto resize, between 112 pixels and 4096 pixels. What the heck? Square pixels, I guess. Or 3 GIFs of different sizes for manual. And GIF images must be square shape. 1 megabyte file size max. Thumbnail for the animated emote will default to the first frame. Oh, that's another thing I need to consider. On Discord, the animated emote isn't animated, it's just the first frame, and they still haven't fixed that, I believe. Let me check. Yes, it is still not animated, which is so cringe. I guess that's not surprising given the fact that Twitch hasn't updated, didn't update their mobile app for 7 months or 7 years. What was it? 70 years, 70 months. Not a surprising surprise. Maybe one day when the Egyptians are finished doing their ban appeals, they'll get started on making animated emotes work on Discord. Must not flash or flicker more than 3 times. Okay, that's not going to be an issue. Okay, so if it is my one size that they will auto resize for me, what's this dimension here? Canvas size 200 by 200. Okay, that'll work. That's between their requirements. The only thing I need to worry about is the 1 megabyte file size, but I can optimize each frame for that, no biggie. Okay.
But I will say that some of these stories just really don't pass the Occam's razor test for me, including the stories that I talked about earlier. For example, in the Dior Kunz case that I was talking about a minute ago, a lot of attention has been paid to the parents, suggesting that maybe they killed him on purpose or accidentally, but either way, they staged the camping trip just as an alibi. In fact, the sheriff investigating the case did name them as a person of interest at one point. Yeah, apparently it was a very unplanned trip. It was very impromptu. Out of nowhere, they decided to do this thing. And while they claimed to have had Dior with them when they went to that store to pick up supplies, the store employees apparently didn't see him. Which does, though, beg the question of why they would have 2 people with them, unless they just needed some credible witnesses, but that would imply that Grandpa Bob and Isaac were in on it too. Grandpa Bob passed away a few years later, so he's not around to defend himself. Isaac has apparently maintained his story this whole time. Some have argued that their behavior and the way they speak in interviews after the event were kind of strange. I don't really want to go there because, people grieve differently. Plus, there is a way to explain it in a way that absolves the parents, like the fact that Grandpa Bob, who was supposed to be watching Dior, he was showing signs of dementia. He may not have heard Jessica calling out to him, and he may have had no idea that he was supposed to be watching him. Also, Dior was 2 years old. Anybody with a 2-year-old knows they can get distracted and run away really quickly, like 2-year-olds do.
Yeah, the best meme I've heard about this is a child is basically always trying to find ways to kill themselves. And so your job as a parent or a caretaker or older sibling or guardian of some sort is to stop them from killing themselves. That's that's the memeiest way of describing children, basically.
So if he did that and ran off the path, there was a river close by. Like I mentioned before, that's one of the recurring elements in a lot of these stories. They often happen around water, where people drown and get swept away. As for the Kenny Veach story, of course, explanations around this have been all over the map. Many speculated that he did find the cave and what was inside kind of did him in, and that means everything from a cryptid to an evil Native American spirit to some advanced technological device or aliens. Its proximity to Area 51 doesn't help with those. Which, of course, if it was some kind of secret government...
It was definitely aliens. I can confirm. I have evidence, but I can't show you. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
...thing, then maybe he was silenced. But Kenny's ex-girlfriend came forward with a very plausible, if sad, explanation. Her name is Sharon Pilgrim, and she commented on his in-cave video that she believes that, unfortunately, Kenny took his own life. She points out that his father left the same way when Kenny was young, and apparently he was having some financial difficulties. And maybe that's part of why he spent so much time hiking in the desert, was because he was really struggling with some mental issues. The fact that he left his camera behind says to her that he wasn't really going out there to find anything, that he was going out there to disappear, and that he left his phone at the mine so that nobody could track him. There's also the possibility that he maybe didn't end his life, but maybe disappeared and started a new one. Yeah, a weird addendum to this story is an event that happened in 2018 where there was a burglary of a Reiki center owned by his sister Debbie Veach. It had to be a Reiki center, didn't it? Anyway, some believe, including Kenny's sister-in-law Susan, that the man in the CCTV footage is Kenny. He knew exactly where to find the iPad that he stole, and he even grabs one of his knees at one point, which is the same knee that Kenny had injured on a previous hike. Also, all he did was break in and steal the iPad, which is kind of weird. This story was covered in a video by the EWU Unsolved, where they interviewed her. It's also been covered by the Urbex Hill guys. You guys should check them out. Actually, there's a plethora of videos that have covered this story. But as Sharon Pilgrim is right, and he did decide to end his own life, this kind of makes me think of that Peter Bergman story that I covered a while back. Some people do go out of their way to just disappear when they decide to end their lives, kind of as a way to spare family and friends from having to deal with the aftermath. Which, by the way, this might be an explanation for a lot of the missing 411 cases. People go into the woods with the intention to disappear. I personally know a guy who did that. He went out to the woods and by the side of a river, and he waited for the river to rise before he shot himself so that it would wash him away. It's certainly not a solution that people want for stories like this, but it's also definitely something that happens. So, the missing 411 thing is not new to me. In fact, I have the book. This is one of the first two books. I said there was one. The first one was a two-parter. This is the one for the Western United States and Canada. This was actually gifted to me by the very first fan meetup that I ever had in New York. This is way, way, way early on. There were only two people that showed up. But one of them, and I want to say his name was Marco. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. But yeah, he gave me this book. So yeah, I've known about this for a really long time, and it gets requested a lot, like I said, but I've never really covered it before because, if I'm being honest, I just don't think there's anything to it. I'm sorry. I just don't. Like, there's a phrase that I heard a while back about deep sea diving. It's that when you go into the ocean, you re-enter the food chain. And I think that applies to the wilderness as well. Like, we as a species have become so disconnected from the natural world. We're so used to living in an environment that we built for ourselves and our own comfort and safety that we forget nature doesn't work like that. Like, yes, there are wild predators, that can attack you, but also just uneven ground and trees with pointy branches you can fall on and poisonous things, and it's easy to get lost. There are no right angles like you're used to. There's extreme temperatures and a lack of water or food. There's sinkholes and fissures and ravines and rivers and nobody that can help you. Or sometimes there are people around, but they have bad intentions. And if some
No, fuck. I've been using 50% opacity. Oh no. I'm literally gonna Minecraft myself.
accident does befall you, nature will quickly remove any and all evidence. I mean, serial killers don't hide their bodies in the middle of a busy street. They take them to the woods.
It looks more like a Pikachu than a kitty. Oh, I guess if it's gonna be an emote, it's gonna be pretty small, so. Oh hey, Adren, when did you get in here? How are you tonight? Or today? I don't know if you're in Europe. Like the other morning hour people. It looks like the Yeti being spotted wearing a Pikachu costume. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. I saw this picture here of this kitty standing, and so I want to make. I'm animating a kitty walking in the Bigfoot, the famous Bigfoot pose. So that's what I'm. It does look more like the ears do make it look more like a Pikachu than a kitty. So I gotta work on that.
Wilderness is beautiful and nature is amazing, but it has its risks. I mean, that's part of the allure. And national parks are the most frequented wilderness spots, especially by amateur adventurers who are not exactly survival experts. Like, my wife and I actually had a pretty scary story ourselves.
I think I'm retarded. Oh no. I don't have my pressure on? Why do I have no pressure? Oh, there we go. That's what I was missing. No wonder my lines look like dog shit.
We went to Woodstock, Vermont in the fall a couple years ago. We wanted to see the leaves turn, and it was beautiful. But nearby, there was a national park called the Marsh-Billings-Rockefeller National Park. I think it's actually the smallest national park in the United States. I should preface this story by saying there's really not a whole lot to this, but it still was freaky as hell. Like, we got there, and at first there was this nice paved trail we're walking along. It's like really wide. There's people everywhere. There were almost too many people there. But at one point, we kind of went off that trail. We had the All Trails map open, and I was trying to find an overlook spot that could look down on the town. It turns out when we got there, the trees had grown up, so there was no vista, which kind of sucked. But I had this All Trails app on my phone.
Okay, I might have to make this emote a bit dirtier than I wanted to. I do like having it clean. These super clean lines, but maybe for this one it's okay if it's a little dirty, a little more sketch-like. Okay.
And I saw a little trail that looked like a shortcut to get back to the main trail, so we kind of went that way. But next thing you know, we didn't know if we were on the trail or not. All of these beautiful leaves that we went there to see had fallen and covered the trails. And on top of that, somehow, like I said before, there were so many people it was annoying. Out of nowhere, we were just like all on our own. There were no people anywhere. We couldn't hear anybody. We couldn't hear a highway. It's like we were in the middle of absolutely nowhere. And then the sun started going down. We were on one side of a hill, and the sun went down on the other side of the hill. And as soon as that happened, the temperature dropped quickly. It started getting dark really quickly. We couldn't find the trail, and the battery was running out on my phone, and it started to get really freaking scary. Eventually, I did find like the markings on the trees that indicated the trail. Still couldn't see the trail on the ground. We were just walking over leaves. But we started like moving really fast. The whole time I was thinking, please God, don't like twist an ankle or something, because like there would be no way to get out of there. Thankfully, we finally did get to the main trail, and we made it out, and we were safe and everything. But I mean, there were some real Blair Witch vibes going on there. And again, this was the smallest national park in America, and I had a cell phone signal and everything. Like we were gonna be fine, but it still was pretty freaking terrifying. So there's a map that may or may not be in the thumbnail of this video, but it shows the locations of missing 411 cases overlaid on top of a map of cave systems in the United States. And they line up pretty perfectly. Now, I know this map has been criticized because it doesn't show all the missing 411 cases, just kind of the cherry picks the ones that are around cave systems, but still, that's a lot. But accurate or not, this map is a bit of a litmus test, because there's a group of people that might see this map and say, well, obviously people are getting lost in cave systems. I mean, they're caves. But there's another type of person who might see this map and say that it's proof of big...
Wow, imagine getting lost in a cave. What, you don't play enough Minecraft? Just dig your way out. Easy peasy.
Or some other cryptid that's living in the cave and feeding on people, or it's proof of secret government underground stuff, or that it's a parking lot for alien Tic Tacs, or demons from hell, or whatever it is they believe in. And I think that's what gets me about the missing 411 thing, because, like, does everything have to be a conspiracy theory?
Yes.
Like, can't we just accept that it's a random, chaotic world and sometimes bad things just happen? Like, I'm sure if you made a map of drowning victims in California, you'll find clusters of them around beaches. What aren't the beaches telling us?
It's because there's underwater monsters. See, look, guys, this is why I hate underwater levels. It's because spooky water monsters keep pulling us down into Zelda-esque water temples where many people meet their demise.
If you put up a map of heat stroke victims, it would probably be a cluster in the southwest. Well, that's just big desert trying to kill us all.
Yes.
I would make the joke that because most people die in hospitals, that there must be some kind of conspiracy amongst hospitals to kill people, but to some people, that's not a joke. They actually believe that. And yes, people are more likely to go missing in wilderness areas, including national parks. And each one is a tragedy. Each one is a family experiencing grief and loss. And Paulides' strongest critics might accuse him of exploiting and profiting off of other people's tragedies. And I don't want to completely go there. I do think there's an ethical gray area there, but let's just be honest, there's an entire industry around the true crime thing, so it would apply to all of that as well. I will say though, as critical as I might have been in this video about David Paulides, he did suffer a tragedy of his own recently. His son Ben, who produced the documentaries with him, he took his own life in 2021. And that's awful, and my heart goes out to the Paulides family. And David did kind of step back from Missing 411 after that. That might just be him grieving, but I can't help but wonder if maybe having experienced this loss himself makes him think a bit more about the grief and loss that those families are going through, and that maybe having this loss saddled with a conspiracy theory, maybe that's just not something he's comfortable with anymore. Or maybe he's just retired. He's well into his 70s now. But anyway, this video is likely to split the crowd a bit. I know people who are into the Missing 411 thing are like really into it, but I try to be objective here. I wasn't kidding, by the way. There is so much content out there around this, from people who are way more skeptical about it than I am to some real wackadoodle. So discuss respectfully down below. Feel free to share videos from other creators. I'll link a few in the description as well. Share your favorite Missing 411 stories. I'm sure there'll be lively conversations around this. But you know one conspiracy that is true? It's how shaving companies all over the world conspired to fleece all of us with their overpriced cartridge razors. See, what they did was they sold a handle that was super cheap, and you think, hey, what a great deal. But the thing is, you have to keep buying these cartridges to put on the handle. And sure, they started off somewhat reasonable, but 2 blades turned into 2 blades with a lubricating strip, then 2 blades with a lubricating strip, and now little shock absorbers underneath, and now you've got 3 blades, and then 4 blades, and 5 blades, and all these innovations just bump up the price a little more. And next thing you know, you're paying $5 for a blade, $30 to buy a package of them. It's like homecoming mums in Texas. It's ridiculous. And the worst part is, they don't even work better. In fact, they work worse because we use them way past the point where they should be replaced because they're so friggin' expensive. Yeah, why shave with 1 dull blade when you can shave with 5 dull blades? That's great for the skin. Thankfully, the people at Henson Shaving want to help stop that cycle. Henson Shaving is a hot little startup that's disrupting the shaving industry by basically being giant nerds. And it's amazing. They've invested heavily in groundbreaking research on the physics and physiology of shaving, and they've created a one-of-a-kind razor that's even better for your skin than the cartridge razors, but it does it with just 1 blade. And they've got the receipts to prove it. But all the aerospace precision and research in the world doesn't matter if you're not using a fresh blade. Henson's data suggests that over 80% of people shave with dull blades. Honestly, you should probably just get in the habit of putting in a new blade every Monday. And Henson feels so strongly about the importance of fresh blades for the health of your skin that they are now offering people free
Wait a second, that's a video. Oh no, I gotta convert it to a GIF first. Ugh.
blades for life. For a one-time cost of $50, they will basically send you a blade per week for 50 years. Seriously, for the amount of money you could expect to spend in the next 5 or 6 months on cartridge razors, you could go the rest of your life and never buy blades again. I want to make this extra clear. This is not a subscription that you keep paying into and they send you blades in exchange for it. No, you pay once and it's blades for life. That's a bonkers deal, and they're an amazing company, so I do suggest you go check that out. By the way, the holidays are coming up. They do make a great gift. Just saying. Like, imagine buying someone on your list not only a quality razor, but the gift of never having to pay for shaving ever again. Just saying. You can even indicate that it's a gift, so Henson will make sure to send the free blades to the right person. So go to hensonshaving.com/savingwithjoe, and you'll get a free shaving cream, even if you sign up with a free Blades for Life deal. They're a great company. They have been an amazing partner with this channel, so yeah, go check them out. All right, thanks so much for watching. If this is your first time here, I'm going to share a link to that Peter Bergman video that I was talking about. If you love mysteries, it's a good one. It's kind of a sad mystery. I kind of gave away the ending earlier, but it's a great story. It's one of my favorite videos that I've done. So if you like mystery stuff, I would go check that out. Or, you know, check out any of the videos on the sidebar or underneath wherever you're watching it. Any of them that have my face on them. Give them a look, and if you enjoy them, I do come.
This GIF is way too big to split. I'm gonna off myself in like 2 seconds. I guess what I could do is I'll just take screenshots of the frames that I do want. I saw on Firefox you could pause GIFs and go frame by frame. Is that no longer a thing? Was I just like living in some alternate reality where you could pause GIFs on Firefox? Oh no, maybe I'm just delusional. To be fair, it was like 4 or 5 years ago. What's the best way to split this GIF? Can I just import the GIF here? Is that gonna work? Fuck. Thinky face. How the heck do I do this? Okay. I'll just rip. I'll just pretend I'm a boomer and pause it in the video. Okay, so this is the key frame there that I want. So that's this one. Can I do one of these? Fuck. I guess what I really need is just each step. And then the in-betweens I can fill out just fine on my own. Let me grab this. Give me this. Where's the next step? Because I think I also want the head turning to be timed. The head turning and the placement of the arms is what I really want most. Oh fuck. That'll be this frame here. Then we gotta go back. The previous step is here. Right before she turns around to face Patterson Gimlin. Wait. There we go. And probably one more step will be good. Okay. I got my references. Okay, so that was the Missing 411 solution by Joe Scott. Let's have a look at the comments. I've been an avid hiker for over 30 years in the Pacific Northwest. All the time, people go out without checking weather reports, in the wrong clothing, and without supplies. I've done search and rescue. People end up far off trail, dehydrated and confused. It's easy to get disoriented. Even experienced hikers get lost. Even experienced hikers die from dehydration, unexpected heart problems, exposure, and falls. The woods might appear like an amusement park, but they're dangerous and should be treated with respect. I can definitely agree with that. I don't know. He said Pacific Northwest, so he could be talking about woods and hiking trails that are like connected to national parks, which I'm assuming is what he's talking about. My own personal experience is primarily having been in New York City. Most of the parks and nature areas around there are very they're very friendly towards people who lack navigation skills and or fitness. Let's say that. And so I think probably for those people, city people primarily, who have either little or no interest in in actual wilderness hiking, far away from civilization. I think those people would probably be the most likely to be these. Maybe they're visiting Yosemite or something, and they might be more likely the kinds of people to end up being dehydrated and confused, off trail. Or it could be a Bigfoot. A Bigfoot eated them. That's definitely the more likely story. At the end of the day, a house fire taught me a lot about how we perceive time in retrospect. My roommate said he only walked away from the cooling heat gun for a maximum of a few minutes. Yikes. Maximum a few minutes. But my neighbor's driveway footage across the street showed that he didn't come back out to look for it until a whole 10 to 15 minutes had passed. He wasn't intentionally lying. He admitted he had caused the fire on accident. Okay, this person needs to be sent to the gulag. On accident. It's by accident. But he really believed he hadn't walked away for that long at all. It's crazy how much perceived danger affects our concept of time. So it isn't strange to me at all that so many missing 411 stories start with, quote, "I swear I only looked away for a second and they were gone." Oh my goodness, this guy wrote a novel. Is this worth reading? No, I don't think so. Okay, well, he only covered a handful of stories here. I don't know if going in on a deep dive toward other stories he didn't cover might reveal more information of some actual spooky happenings. One of the ones that I looked up when reading the sobering coincidence was a college student, I believe, who... Oh fuck! What's it called? The guys who do the autopsy. Well, regardless, the autopsy report, they didn't publish it. If I recall correctly, though, I think I couldn't find any other evidence of any other autopsy reports being published. So maybe that was just a thing for their department. It was in Arizona, I think. So I don't know. Maybe in certain situations there may or may not be specific policies for certain police departments or whatever investigative body exists there, where we might be able to find actual documentation that reveals more information than what he's able to find here for these stories that he specifically covered. So I will keep in mind moving forward that missing 411 stories will be taken with a mountain of salt. Okay, I do have a few more spooky things. I did, however, want to play a bit of Mega Man as well. Okay, let's do this one. The Freeman footage. Best Bigfoot evidence. This channel has been being pushed to me for so many months now. Bob Gimlin. Gymlan. Which is not how the real Bob Gimlin's name was spelled.
Hi.
This video itself has also been in my recommended for quite a while, so I'm finally getting to it. Holy shit.
Hi, I'm Bob Gimlin, and today I'd like to talk about the Freeman footage, and I'm very surprised I haven't discussed it before. because I find it to be one of, if not the, most compelling pieces of video evidence of an alleged Sasquatch ever to come forward. Here it is.
Oh, there he goes. Jesus. Get up here.
It seems girthy, doesn't it? This was filmed by Paul Freeman in
Okay. From what I've heard of eyewitness testimony, they consistently say that it seems like a very dark figure that seems to absorb the light of everything around it. This definitely looks very dark, especially considering the surroundings. If this is a costume, if this is a dude, if this is a hoax, I don't know how they did that with the light and the darkness of the costume. And and he would have to be really fucking sweaty in there if that's a costume.
in 1994. It's often considered the pinnacle of blob squatchery, but I'm not so sure. I've seen home movies from 1994 when I was 3, and the quality is pretty poor, even though I was right in front of the camera. I'd imagine that similar cameras were used. Cutting edge at the time, no doubt. So I think this is pretty decent, all things considered. Now I'll play a version stabilized by the eminent and illustrious M.K. Davis.
Oh, there he goes. Jesus.
I love that last second, right before Freeman loses his shot and tries but fails to reposition. Let's look at it a few more times. And here is a hyper-stabilized version, also courtesy of M.K. Davis.
Oh, there he goes.
Okay, I am noticing the gait, the bounce, looks human-like in many, but I don't think all eyewitness testimonies that I've heard. They mentioned that it looks like it's gliding. This does not look like gliding. This looks like a person walking on uneven terrain.
I didn't ask. I hope it's alright with him. But he's doing some incredible stuff over on Greenwave 2010 FB, so I'll throw some links in the description. Of all the Bigfoot people out there that I could sit down and have a beer with, it would be MK, I think. Anyway, my favorite witness I ever talked to was a man who had several encounters in Georgia, and I think it was impactful because, one, he wasn't a Bigfoot person, and I talked to him about his encounters which were nearly 40 years before we spoke, and it was nice because there was no recording and no pressure. Just talking, you know. But one thing he mentioned to me about the creature he saw, which was his only visual encounter, was that it was all one piece. He said that a person's arms and legs and head are distinct and kind of spindly. He said that what he saw was like an upright rectangle. I believe he said like an apartment-sized refrigerator. Obviously, Bigfoot have arms and legs and a head and stuff, so please don't misunderstand me. But I think you know what I mean. The subject of this footage really seemed like one piece. And he said that it had small legs, relatively small, that is, proportionally far smaller than a human's. Obviously, we can't see the legs too well here, but that's kind of the impression I get. So now I want to scrub through the footage a little bit, because I think it helps. I think it helps make sense of what you're seeing.
I wish I could work on my emote, but I think I do want to keep looking at each frame of this as well.
And pay attention to, if not the most compelling, really good. So he
No,
was using
no, no.
a Bigfoot person because we don't know where the ground is. Comes forward instead of up. You know, ours. It's not bad to the impression I get. So now I want to scrub through the footage a little bit, because I think it helps. I think it helps make sense of what you're seeing, and pay attention to how it's looking at the floor. It's not bending at the neck, it's bending at the waist. Let me see if I can find it. Right there. Unfortunately, of course, it gets super green.
I don't think I've ever heard of any big feet looking down when it's walking. People have said that they maintain eye contact, and visual, unless they're turning around to walk away or run away. Maybe I'll have to go back and listen to some of these other testimonies and keep a closer ear open for whether or not they mention them looking down. I think even in certain ones where the Bigfoot walks or runs up a steep mountain, I don't think even there that they mention that he looks down. It's just like a running, as if it's like normal flat terrain. So I don't know what to make of this.
Brainy right at that spot, but look how it's bent at the waist. It looks like it could collapse forward with no trouble at all. Yeah, it leans into its walk. We stabilize with our spine, they push forward with theirs. It's more dynamic, but less stable over long periods. At least that's what's always made sense to me. And then at the end, too, it's looking at the ground from its waist. To me, it looks like the head comes forward instead of up. You know, our necks.
I think, for me personally, my gut instinct is to assume that it's a dude in a costume, and he's having a hard time seeing where he's walking, so he has to look down. That is what makes the most sense to me right now.
Are centered straight up and down like a column. I don't think theirs do that to such an extent. It's a strange shape of the head. I think the contrasting lighting is messing with it a little, but still, the thing is all head and shoulders. There's no neck. It seems to be bending forward to look down, not bending its neck.
I'm kind of curious what camera this is, because those shadows, that darkness on him, the side opposite of the sunlight, that is a very, very dark, very dark appearance there.
Envato just subscribed. That's definitely not someone in a costume.
Oh, hey, at Emotes, when did you get in here? Thank you for the 67 months. Oh, I think that's what I should do as well. I wanted to do that. At the end of each stream, I will look at current subscribers and do a thank you as well. So let me keep a list. I'm gonna put all you guys in the list like Stalin did. Let's do it in stream. Current subs. We'll do. I don't think at a Flake Life is currently subscribed. If he gets on Twitch, he should be able to re-up on that. So we have, what's your username again? God of Doors 0. And Emotes. That's definitely not someone in a costume. Like Schindler, however, that Nazi's name is misspelled. Schnittler. the Schnittler is like the Riddler, except he goes around schnittling people.
As you or I would.
Oh, so as I was saying, I'm curious what this camera is because the shadows on the trees, even this shadow right here, is... Fuck. This shadow compared to the shadow on the big feets. How the heck did they do that if this is a hoax? The easiest answer for that would be that the costume is just a much darker shade of color. It would have to be just black, entirely black, compared to the tree barks. How's it so dark? Is it post-process edited? When was this footage? Yes, it's a grainy, nondescript, but for 1994, I think this film exceeds expectations for a commercial-grade camcorder. Yeah, I gotta look into this more. What is this camera? I'm curious. So we'll keep this here. We'll do what camera was used to capture this footage from 1994. Given the extreme contrast in shadows on the big feet versus the shade / shadow side of the trees. Yes, that's what I'm working on right now. I'm doing the big feet. I need to look for a better reference picture here though. I'm looking for that. But I'm way too intrigued by this footage here. so I'm taking a break just to look at this.
And see how the subject crashed right through a branch. Kind of strange for a person to do.
Oh shit, yeah, that's true. This tree, it shakes here. If this is a human and this is a tree, depending on how thin the what's it called? The width of the thingy of the tree. It's a pretty young tree, especially compared to these.
Literally one in a costume. Freeman said that this conifer here was 16 feet tall.
Conifer. Conifer tree. Yeah, the trunk, that's what it is. Does it show here the potential, the average size? If the height of this one is about 16 feet, according to this dude. What is... I'm not gonna find shit here. What is the average size of a conifer's trunk? If it is about 16 feet tall, please cite your sources. Coding. You should code a big feet. That's what you should do. Code a big feet robot so we can record more of these footages and then sell it. Easy peasy. For a conifer approximately 16 feet tall, the average trunk diameter would be around 4 inches. A trunk that's about 4 inches or 10 centimeters. That would be... Thankfully, I have this. We can get exact sizing. Imagine that. Imagínate. 4 inches. Where's inches here? So from my left index finger to my right, that's about 4 inches there. How exactly does it look like the trunk itself moves?
Crashed right through a branch. Kind of strange for a person to do.
It does look like the entire tree shakes a little bit to the left. Could I do that? To a trunk that's 4 inches thick, approximately. I don't think so, but I think a sufficiently big enough person could.
Particularly one in a costume. Freeman said that this...
Okay, my sussler is going off because it seems like they planned that. If it's a hoax, if it's a dude in a costume, it seems like they planned that. It's possible that's not even really in the ground. It's possible that might be plastic. It's possible they may have put that there to make it look as if it's a strong big feet. It seems a little too convenient that there's this tree here to help demonstrate the size of the big feet when he says that the tree is 16 feet tall, as well as the fact that he brushes up against it and makes the tree move and the branches move. I'm a little sussed by that.
Conifer here was 16 feet tall, and this claim was allegedly verified by a retired game warden named Bill Lafferty. I'm not going to spend much time at all on a size comparison, because we don't know where the ground is, and we can't see the subject's lower body. But if the tree is indeed 16 feet tall, then Freeman's claim of the creature being between 7 and 8 feet tall seems to jive. Anyway, the height isn't what impresses me, it's the mass. Though I will say, the subject does seem to be more than half the height of the tree, so if we're to believe the measurement, then it's probably over 8 feet tall. But it's all kind of a moot point without a photo recreation. I wish they had made one, but if wishes were fishes, then we wouldn't be going broke at the grocery store. A videographer and film analyst named David Bittner examined Freeman's footage. He concluded that the film was indeed taken on a VHS tape that was used at least once before, and the footage was taken with a consumer-grade analog camcorder, using enlargement, stabilization, contrast variation, and speed alteration. Not Bigfoot person, David Bittner said, quote, "There is nothing technically about it that points to a hoax. There's no sign of a zipper or monkey suit, or anything else that blatantly indicates a hoax."
To be fair, from this quality, I personally cannot rule out that there's not no visual of a zipper or a monkey costume. I am not willing to make that claim.
Certainly no evidence of digital compositing. What remains, in my opinion, is a reasonably compelling video.
Okay, if he truly believes that statement that there's no digital compositing, and he is the forensic analyst expert, I might be willing to believe him. And if that's the case, if we're following that line of reasoning, then it is possible that it's a real big feat.
Bittner said, quote, "There is nothing technically about it that points to a hoax."
Because of that shadow, that shading. I am not sure how that's possible. Unless the only way this is a hoax is if all of these things are properly lined up. If they planned this walking route, if they have something on the ground where he's walking that's black so that it absorbs the light so that less of it bounces up onto him. That's probably the best explanation that I can think of right now for how this shadow is so much darker than everything else. Which might also explain why he's looking down, and I've never heard any other Big Feet thingies saying that that the Big Feet are looking down. They seem... if what people are saying is true and they seem to have some sort of spiritual or otherworldly of some kind or another powers, it seems that they know their environment without looking at it. And they can maneuver and walk without bonking into anything. This guy, this thing, bonked into the tree and is looking down. So those are my 2 red flags right now. Flickbean said there's a missed donation. What the heck? There's a missed donation. Did you see the donate? No, I did not. Let me see. I don't see anything on Stream Elements. I believe Stream Elements is the only thing I have linked in the description and on Twitch. No, where did you send it? Also, I forgot I needed to update my link here on where are my docs? Here we go. My YouTube console. Give me this. Give me this. Oh shit. Twitch, I subbed. You subbed? No. No, I didn't see nothing. Did you see the thingy above chat that said show my subscription or something? Ah! Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Or something like that. Why isn't he just here in chat? Unlucky.
There's no sign of a zipper or monkey suit, or anything else that blatantly indicates a hoax. Certainly no evidence of digital compositing. What remains, in my opinion, is a reasonably compelling video. The shape of the head, the lack of neck, the way it brushes right past the tree, the way it's bending down to look. These could all be indications that it's simply someone in a costume, or they could be indicative of precisely the opposite. Like so many things in the Bigfoot world.
Okay, for these shadows to be that dark, there wouldn't just have to be a path of black material that he's walking on, but also closer to the camera. Hidden behind these, I guess technically hidden, leaning up against these brushes here, whatever kind of growth this is.
The facts of the matter are very open to interpretation, and me.
It would have to be very, very specifically placed dark material to absorb the light so that it only affects the big feet and not anything else around him. Is it possible that there's a trail here, and then there's like maybe, I don't know, a couple feet to the left and to the right of the trail? And this is just a clear opening, but because of our perspective and the camera's lack of quality, we can't really tell that there's a bunch of distance here. That's a possibility.
Meaning seems to be more reliant on who's doing the hypothesizing, more so than the facts of the matter themselves.
I think Stream Elements does show subscriptions. It does. It might be possible, I think sometimes depending on how you're connected to Prime, it might take a couple hours or a couple days for it to show up. Maybe. Let me log into Stream Elements and see if it shows up there, which I don't think it should. Because I think I disconnected everything from Stream Elements. I am definitely very perplexed and intrigued by this particular... Wait, no, not Stream Elements, Streamlabs. That's what I meant. I am very intrigued by this this footage here. Patches. No, I see nothing here from at a Flick Life 2. Let me check if you show up in my current subscribers. Current subscribers spreadsheet from Twitch itself. You do show up here. It says you subscribed, yep, December 3rd, 2024 at 7:24 a.m. I'm assuming that's local time, your time. Yeah, I think, Flick, if you are listening, I think you might have to do that thing next time. Maybe you still have the option to do that? Let me look it up. Let me put on some music while we figure this out. Turn this down. Play this. Let's see. Andrew, you're also using Prime, so I'm not sure. That might interfere with your Twitch sub thing announcement. Okay. Okay, I found the thingy here. So, if you are here in Twitch chat at Flick, you might have this. I think you should have this at the top of the chat where it says share. If you click that, and then you can type your message here. So this is what it's not about the chat, it's at the very top of the chat window. And then that'll push it both to my feed and onto the stream itself with your message that you type. Okay. Let me know if that works. In the meantime, more of this Bigfoot footage.
So many things in the Bigfoot world. The facts of the matter are very open to interpretation, and meaning seems to be more reliant on who's doing the hypothesizing, more so than the facts of the matter themselves. If you know anything about the history of videography, particularly amateur videography, before literally 10 seconds ago, which of course by 10 seconds I mean 20 or 30 years ago, then you'll know that this is as reasonable as can be expected. We've become so accustomed to seeing this high-definition, incredible, and breathtakingly detailed footage of wildlife. But look at the price tag of this. This piece of equipment is considered to be the bare minimum for such productions. Oh yeah, and this is just the lens, not the camera. I've heard people say, why does it start right when he sees the Bigfoot? Well, it doesn't. That's just how it's been cut. He was actually filming a trackway when he saw the creature. There's about 6 minutes of footage before it makes its appearance. He also claimed that the trackway he was filming wasn't particularly good, so he was using tape, or film, I guess, that had already been used, which is unfortunate because I think the quality would be higher had it been new. And you could say that's sus, but it's also life.
Sus.
The videographer, Paul Freeman.
You can say that's sus, but that's life? Is this a meme? Is he memeing on me?
So he was using tape, or film, I guess, that had already been used, which is unfortunate because I think the quality would be higher had it been new. And you could say that's sus,
He could say that's sus,
but it's also life.
but that's also life. It's sus, but that's life. That's gonna be my new meme.
The videographer, Paul Freeman, was born in 1943 and passed away in 2003. He was a patrolman for the U.S. Forest Service in the Mill Creek.
Come back.
In the Mill Creek. You could say that's sus, but it's also life.
This
The
is...
videographer, Paul Freeman, was born in 1943 and passed away in 2003.
That is most definitely a Bigfoot. Thing is massive.
He was a patrolman for the U.S. Forest Service in the Mill Creek watershed area, which is in Washington state, east of Walla Walla. And it was during this work, in the late 70s I believe, that he had an encounter with a 10-foot-tall Sasquatch one night. He said he heard it breathing from far off before he saw it. This experience instilled in him an interest in the subject that would last the rest of his life, which is understandable in my opinion. Due to the thing he saw, he took up permanent residence in the Blue Mountains, which is admirable. Many would do the opposite. In 1996, a young professor named Jeffrey Meldrum took a road trip from his new position at Idaho
Young Jeffrey Meldrum? What the heck? Who's he gonna mention next? Dr. Johnson?
State University in Pocatello, Idaho, to visit Dr. Grover Krantz, an anthropology professor at Washington State, who had developed a formidable catalog of alleged biped castings. Dr. Meldrum's doctorate work had been on the emergence of human locomotor adaptations, and so for obvious reasons, Dr. Krantz's collection was of intrigue to Dr.
Okay, I did want to keep working on my Bigfoot Kitfoot animation, but I'm much more interested in this story now. Like, how the fuck did they do that? If that's a hoax, how the fuck did they do that?
Dr. Meldrum, if not also dubious novelty, at the time, that is. Before his arrival to Washington State, Meldrum had examined photos of Krantz's collection, perhaps using that newfangled email. But photos obviously lack depth and nuance. Meldrum writes that in person, being able to handle them, his opinion changed immediately and drastically. He examined the enigmatic Cripplefoot of Bossburg, and Sheriff Klossner's iconic cast from Skamania County, whose encounter led to the first formal ordinance against harassing Bigfoot-type creatures. And among the plaster casts of Krantz's collection was a series of copies of prints from the Blue Mountains. Dr. Meldrum mentally cataloged what was obvious to him, the details of anatomy and function, which as the photos suggested, but the physicals confirmed, defied the likelihood of a hoax, let alone a hoax, spanning so many locations and decades. And even more telling than the obvious telltale flexion and interaction with soil substrate was the dermatoglyphics. The skin ridge detail on prints showed healed scars, some of which were identifiable on casts that were taken years apart, with appropriate growth to represent the passage of time, and the scars manipulated correctly with growth and healing. Years later, Meldrum would write a book detailing the impossible things he saw that day, and many more since. But
this is on my to-read list. I still haven't done that. Fuck. I got too many things to read. Okay, next here, after I do my Mega Man 64 Let's Play playthrough, we'll pick back up on Marjorie Halperin's Man-like monsters on trial, and then we'll do this one, the Sasquatch Legend Meets Science. I gotta get through those really, really badly.
But perhaps the most telling description of his experience in Krantz's lab is when he called the day, quote, enlightening. It was a singular moment in his career, the moment he realized that this being hoaxed seemed far more unlikely than were it not, and this is when he decided that this topic deserves an awful lot more formal inquiry. Among the collection observed that day in 1996 were tracks taken years apart in the Blue Mountains of southeast Washington, and though Meldrum found them fascinating, he still refused to say or think anything definitive on the subject, even among friends. He was at a bit of an impasse, because it seemed as though the evidence couldn't be hoaxed, yet couldn't be real at once, because the evidence evidently couldn't be hoaxed, yet couldn't be real. And
What?
as Meldrum was looking at the casts from the Blue Mountains,
Whoa, did you guys hear that? The AI repeated itself. Whoa. That's the worst feeling when you have another take and you forget to cut out the bad one.
noting his skepticism or disbelief, one of the two, Krantz said that those weren't casted terribly far from where they currently were, and that the man who preserved the prints was named Paul Freeman, and Krantz gave Meldrum his address. And the very next day, Dr. Meldrum visited Paul Freeman, unannounced, determined to get to the bottom of this, and this mystery explore. The impromptu visit to Freeman's humble abode in the Blues was well received. Cordial, Meldrum wrote. Freeman invited him inside, and showed him the original casts that were copied for Krantz's collection, and Dr. Meldrum noted that the originals were far more telling than he had expected. More data was lost in the copying process than he would have supposed. And at this point I want to say that I know these casts look a bit goofy. Fake, you might even say, which is a reoccurring hindrance in the Bigfoot world. No, I don't mean things being fake. I mean real things appearing fake. This is a trackway attributed to fully modern humans, considered to be the oldest human footprints in the Americas. They're about 22,000 years old, and they too, in my opinion, look a bit goofy. Anyway, Freeman had only passed on his, quote, perfect prints. That is to say, the ones that outline the entire foot in a neat little perfect foot. The iconic type. The examples that he considered to be of lower quality were the ones with toe drags, or partial prints, or ones with rocks or sticks in the way. Though the perfect prints superficially look the most impressive, they were actually the least telling. It was the casts that Freeman found the least desirable that Meldrum found the most appealing. Now, Meldrum admits that at this point, he didn't trust what was right before his eyes. It seemed too good to be true, too easy. Can finding evidence of Bigfoot that jives perfectly with his doctorate truly be as easy as driving down the road? He thought something was up, but he had no idea what, because the fact remained that if these were fake, how? The skin detail alone, scarring on the dermals that remained consistent over years, so much so that individuals could be rather easily identified. That alone was enough to confound the probability that Freeman faked these. And then Freeman drops this bomb like it's no big deal. He said he just found some tracks this morning, and asks Meldrum if he wants to see them. And remember, Meldrum's visit...
I don't think anybody else has ever mentioned the scars and dermal ridges on the big feet's castings that seem to indicate that the same big feet's footprints have been casted, and you can see the signs of healing and aging. So I guess that must be something in Dr. Meldrum's book, which I will have to read. So I don't think anybody else has ever brought that up, and that is a very interesting piece of evidence if true. Why don't people bring that up? Curious.
It was unannounced. So if this trackway was hoaxed, it was either a coincidence that Freeman had just made up a fresh trackway, or Dr. Grover Krantz had tipped Freeman off. Both are possible, but neither seem likely to me. They got into Freeman's truck and began to drive down mountain roads. It was February, and a warm one for that time of year, and even at that elevation, the snow was already beginning to melt, and roads that were inaccessible only weeks ago now offered access, which is obviously an intriguing time to investigate such things, as humans were unable to enter the area until then. Presumably, said creatures might be seasonally emboldened, and as they drove, Freeman did something curious. Meldrum noticed that he kept watching the side of the road, as if watching for tracks out of habit, or second nature. I certainly think it's worth noting that if he was hoaxing these prints, it doesn't make sense that he would constantly scan for them. Because he'd be aware of their location, and there'd be no need to look.
He did it again.
Though I suppose if he was a hoaxer, he could have simply been keeping an eye out for where he made the print.
Whoa, is that the real Honky Bonky? Oh, hey, Ed Bonky, when did you get in here? Let me check participants. No, he's not in YouTube chat. It does show that he's in Twitch chat, but he hasn't typed in a while, so I think he's listening. Or he left me running on his phone or his computer, but he's not able to talk right now. But he should be listening. Or one of his devices is listening on Twitch, is all I know.
But still, Finally, on a restricted access farm road that was still technically closed for the season, they came across a long line of evident 14-inch tracks, which isn't particularly giant by Bigfoot standards. But keep in mind that most shoe companies max their shoes out at 12 inches, which is a size 15 in the US, and 49 in the EU. The only other prints present there were Freeman's from that morning, where he had walked alongside the line, and the truck stopped in the same place it had that morning. Like many of the casts back at his house, Freeman downplayed this trackway, saying that he'd found much better in the past, and that he didn't consider these to be worth casting. And again, what Freeman thought were shortcomings, Meldrum considered a boon. The mud was slick, and the tracks showed much slippage. What Meldrum...
Yes, definitely big Bigfoot drama, because this is the first time that I have seen this footage here. We're at 1523. This footage. And I can't tell if it's a hoax or real, because if this is a real Bigfoot, it makes sense why he's so much darker than everything else. All the other shading and shadows are nowhere near as dark as him, and people constantly say from their encounters that it seems to absorb the light of everything around it, and or it's darker than everything else. And this seems to fall in line with those testimonials. I'm having a very hard time figuring out if this is a hoax, how they made him that dark compared to literally everything else in the frame. So this might be a real actual footage. But I'm keeping my open mind. I think I have some ideas how they may have hoaxed it, if it's fake, but I have nothing concrete to go on. I just have speculation. Dude can barely get shoes. Yeah, this is like, am I thinking of Pinocchio? I think Geppetto at some point has like a broken shoe and like his toes are sticking out. Have you ever discussed the connection between the Mormon Church and Big Feets? I was unaware that there is a connection between the Mormon Church and Big Feets. Do you have something I can look to start off? If I have a starting off point, I am sure I can dig and do appropriate research.
That he'd found much better in the past, and that he didn't consider these to be worth casting. And again, what Freeman thought were shortcomings, Meldrum considered a boon. The mud was slick, and the tracks showed much slippage, what Meldrum called, quote, spontaneity and animation. He said one didn't need to be a paleoforensic anthropologist to determine that these prints were not made with a static stamp, but rather with something dynamic, shifting, and gripping. One print in the mud had a subtle patch of skin-ridge detail.
Oh no, he's gripping like the doctor. I'm gripping. It's edited. The film would only be able to be so dark after processing. Yeah, that's why I'm curious what exactly is the camera that they used. If it's edited, then this shadow contrast is very easily possible. I would want to get my hands on this particular camera, try to set up a situation like this, see if I can replicate this with no post-process editing. That's one of my biggest concerns right now as to whether or not this is real. This is real.
These prints were not made with a static stamp, but rather with something dynamic, shifting, and gripping. One print in the mud had a subtle patch of skin-rich detail that was disappearing before his eyes in the light drizzle.
Let me go look up that screenshot again. It's just too funny. I mean, I'm gripping now. Boom. Okay, I think another emote or something I can do is something like this. I'm gripping, and it'll be like a Big Feet's footprint or something. I can figure something else, something to do with this. I'm gripping. Fuck.
He also noted toes that curled over protruding stones, while in others, the toes pushed the stones deeper into the ground. The same stamp can't do both. In some prints,
Okay, hang on. I was too busy laughing at Dr. Disrespect. What
something
happened?
dynamic, shifting, and gripping.
Gripping.
One print in the mud had a subtle patch of skin ridge detail that was disappearing before his eyes in the light drizzle. He also noted toes that curled over protruding stones, while in others, the toes pushed the stones deeper into the ground. The same stamp can't do both. In some prints, the little toes barely left a mark, and in others, they curled. Some showed the telltale ridge 2/3 down the print, above the heel, and some didn't. And keep in mind that this anatomical detail has remained consistent over both decades and continents. And to me, this is classic Bigfoot. This is Bigfoot 101. It's almost like a speed bump. That pressure ridge, it serves the same function as our arch. Not exactly the same, of course. It's just a different mechanism. It's less suited for standing and walking for long amounts of time. It's more suited for treacherous terrain, more durable, and an injury to it would be less catastrophic than with the arch. But first and foremost, the pressure ridge is supreme to the arch in terms of bearing weight. I've even noticed that on the human body. I made this silly observation that I think is worth mentioning. Years of rampant obesity on the human body actually kind of mimics this hinge, as the arch is no longer sufficient to support such weight. That's just a thought, because the foot still needs to bend, no matter how heavy you are. It can't be flat. But I don't know, that's just something that I thought of. And speaking of that pressure ridge, the most striking find that Dr. Meldrum...
Dang, this guy's really spent a lot of time looking at footprint casts and feet pics, huh?
found that day was a partial print, and he said it would simply have been impossible to stamp without the other half making contact. If the print was made by a model foot, then it would need to be made of something hard and inflexible for a man like Freeman to be able to walk in them, and he said this partial print in particular simply could not have been made by such a stamp. Whatever made that print lifted the back of its foot while pressing down with the front, similar to how you or I would take a hill. The foot that made this track moved the front and back independently, which can't even be achieved by Hollywood to this day. The print was akin to the way a person takes a slope, walking on the toes and the pad just beneath them, not the heel. One aspect of Meldrum's analysis that I was struck with was that the prints depicted that the big toes only had 2 bones, whereas the smaller toes had more. This is a little-known tidbit of human anatomy that pushes the probability of a mimic, at least one conducted by Freeman.
A mimic?
But I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be that hard to know. It just struck me as a bit much. And yet, as convinced by what he was looking at as he was, Meldrum still had serious reservations about the circumstances. But the fact remained, if it was hoaxed, he didn't know how. And while Meldrum was looking at individual prints, Freeman had scouted ahead in hopes to...
That's literally me. If it is a hoax, I don't know how.
...find better prints. And he returned to say, rather
I guess I would know how if I had the proper technical context of, like, the camera and that particular area. I think the easiest way for them to have hoaxed that footage is if it's a trail and there's multiple feet on either side of the trail where they can lay down dark material, dark cloth, dark something or other, and or post-processing digital editing. That's what's the easiest explanation. That's the Occam's razor for this particular instance.
Casually, that the track maker must have made a loop, and he didn't know why. And Meldrum suppressed an eye roll, and thought how convenient that the tracks made a circle with the tire prints of the truck in reach. And with that doubt lingering in his mind, the two of them went back to Freeman's house, and Meldrum took his leave. But Meldrum didn't leave. He went to a hardware store, bought some plaster and buckets, and returned to the spot without Freeman. And upon his return, alone and less guarded, I'd imagine, he was more than a little surprised to ascertain that Freeman misinterpreted what he saw. It was not a loop. Rather, it was a long walk. For whatever reason, on both trips, both to wherever it was going and wherever it was coming from, the track maker had come up from an irrigation ditch along a wheat field that left no prints, as it was all melted snow and water within. Meldrum followed the ditch, and eventually it came to a peach orchard, though I don't think it would have been in season. At a portion of the trackway where the prints came out of the ditch and into the wheat field, Meldrum noticed that every second right footprint was at a 45-degree angle off the trackway. And Meldrum notes that it wasn't until some time later that he realized that this was a result of it turning, not at the neck but at the waist, ostensibly to view across the wintered, open field, perhaps knowing that it was exposed there. And to be fair, a hoaxer would probably do the same thing. though perhaps the hoaxer would have turned at the neck.
Yeah, because the hoaxer doesn't want to get shot. He's gonna, if he sees a hunter or something, probably gonna put his arms up.
At the time of writing his book, Sasquatch Legend Meets Science, Meldrum wrote that something still felt off about the whole circumstance, but for the life of him, he couldn't figure out what. However, it did convince Meldrum that if it was a hoax, it was Freeman who was being hoaxed, not the one perpetrating the hoax. Because Freeman obviously wanted Meldrum to believe his Sasquatch encounters, so it makes little sense that Freeman wouldn't have pointed out that the trackway continued, particularly had he made them himself. And I imagine it would be difficult for a hoaxer to not show off their handiwork, because he would have spent a long time doing that. Making this trackway, I mean. Plus, in my experience, hoaxer or not, Bigfoot people are often very eager to show off their knowledge. So instead of doing that, Freeman suggested the hoaxiest thing imaginable happened, that the tracks made a random loop, within stepping distance of his tread marks from that morning. And it was Meldrum alone who found out this wasn't the case, though I guess it's possible that Freeman anticipated that Meldrum would return, and determine the true length of the trackway out for himself, but that kind of seems like a stretch to me. But I don't know, people are crazy. This is true. I do mental ping-pong with this myself. Freeman could be a genius hoaxer. Maybe he knew that Meldrum would be unable to resist returning to the site, knowing full well that Meldrum would discover the true extent of the trackway. That way, Freeman could say, I didn't even know about the rest of it, and thus lend his claim significant credence, because it was the doctor who discovered it for himself. But on the other hand, or foot, I would think the hoaxer's need and desire to appear as an expert themselves would overshadow the psychological nuances of reinforcing a farce's credibility in the face of an expert who no doubt a hoaxer likely has veiled contempt and envy for. One such example of this conundrum was when Freeman showed Meldrum a cast of what he said were some of the best toes he'd ever catalogued, and Meldrum said, no, that's a fist, that's knuckles, which Freeman was surprised by, or at least appeared to be surprised by. This knuckle print, by the way, was associated with a 17-inch track, so it's strange that a hoaxer could not know what it was he was hoaxing. But again, it could simply be part of the ruse, but I kind of doubt it. Though I'm first to admit that it's an unscrupulous game to try to figure out what motivates people. However, from what I can tell, Freeman wasn't trying to get rich. He was on disability, and never published any books or charged money, and he spent the last years of his life puttering around, looking for Bigfoot, which is a magnificent way to go into the great beyond if you were...
Yeah, that's definitely something I do too. In my library and my archives, I archive some of the best toes. Yes. Literally me, for real, for real.
You were to ask me, which I know you didn't. Sometime in the 90s, Freeman sent some hairs he found on an alleged tree break to be examined by Ohio State University. The hairs turned out to be fibers, and the fibers were of a substance called dynel, commonly used in wigs and faux fur, but other things too, like hats, carpets, and furniture. It's odd because if he were faking it, why would he send literal wig hair to a university? And there was no sighting associated with the findings of the fibers, so it's not like someone was out there in a costume making the break, though I suppose a hoaxer could have had residual fibers on him. But this is just one of the innumerable instances in Bigfootdom that I just don't know what to make of, though Dr. Meldrum asserts
Bigfootdom? What the heck? I've never heard anybody refer to it as that.
that dynel is a common pollutant because of its inability to degrade, so it may simply be a common artifact to find. But that sounds a little strange to me, that a common artifact would be associated with a tree break. But if Freeman was pulling off these hoaxes, effectively tricking some very intelligent people, I can't imagine he'd be daft enough to submit wig hairs as evidence. I don't know. This fellow has been through the thick of it, as have all Bigfoot researchers, and no, the heat didn't come from...
If I'm reading that, I wouldn't say Bigfootdom. I would read it as Bigfootdom. So maybe that's why I've never seen anybody refer to it, because when they read it, when they see it on the page written like that, they would be tempted to say Bigfootdom.
Skeptics, it came from the advocates, which is sad but necessary. I've heard people say he was a known hoaxer, and I can't find any indication of that other than people saying it, which is a constant frustration to me. I always cringe when people who allegedly knew him, or anybody in a similar situation, and someone says, yeah, my uncle was friends with him when we were kids, and he was always pulling pranks and joking around. First off, I doubt it. Second, isn't that kind of all young people? Or perhaps, shouldn't it be? But third, and the reason that I find most intriguing, I honestly think that you need something of an easygoing or humorous temperament to study this kind of thing at all. If you're rigid, easily frustrated, and intensely care about other people's opinion, and unable to laugh in the face of failure as well as your own, then you're probably not the kind of person who is particularly inclined to cast Bigfoot tracks. But that's just my observation, and that's important because in order to prove the creature's existence, the people proving the beast are every bit as important as the beast itself. People say that Freeman made a deathbed confession. That never happened. At least, not in a way that I can find any evidence of whatsoever, or even indication of. I've gotten pretty thick-skinned about Bigfoot criticisms. One of the few out there that to this day makes me grumble a bit is when people say that Roger Patterson confessed that Patty was fake on his deathbed. It just didn't happen, and yet people assert it with such certainty, and so consistently. It just didn't happen. And if it did, I would say it, but it didn't, and it drives me a little cuckoo for caca puffs.
Cuckoo?
And then sometimes they'll say my friend told me he was there, and it's like, oh, okay, cool story, bro. Though I do have a confession to make of my own.
He's an internet memer. Cool story, bro. What is this, 2001?
I was all prepared to say that not much is known about Freeman, but I guess a book of his has been posthumously published less than a year ago, after I started this project. It has all the usual characters involved, so it should be exciting, and I definitely plan on reading it soon, but I may have to wait until Christmas. Another notion that I always find particularly aggravating from skeptical comments is about situations like when Dr.
Hold up, hold the phone. We got a new book to add. Reading list. Spooky. Freeman Bigfoot Files by Michael Paul Freeman. If you're a weakling beta virgin, you can't go look for the feats of Big.
Dr. Meldrum found the rest of the trackway. People say things like, why didn't he just follow it? Eventually he'd come to it, or something to that effect. Though usually the verbiage is a bit more on the
Why didn't he follow the big feats? Eventually he'd come to it.
rude side. Well, 1. Tracking is hard. If it was easy, tracking wouldn't have been such a valued profession. But 2. People have lives, which even I'll admit sounds like a sorry excuse. But think about it. How often do you have time to take an impromptu march through the mountains? And in some tamed rural regions, you can get away with that. But in places like the mountains of Washington state, haphazardly walking through the woods, in February, especially off-trail, is to be done with extreme risk. Extreme. All it takes is one wrong turn, or a second of disorientation, or weather to pick up, or a sprained ankle, God forbid, and your simple foray can become nightmarish faster than you could ever believe it. I don't know. People who have never tracked should be cautious when talking about tracking. Not to mention, what happens if you do catch up with your quarry? Do you think it'd be pleased to be followed? Again, I wish there was a photo recreation. But if this tree really is 16 feet tall, then this thing is quite large. And I don't think it's particularly human-shaped, to be honest with you. I like the case of Paul Freeman because the options are limited. Either this man is a genius and dedicated decades to fool a couple of very intelligent doctors, or perhaps these two doctors are not as intelligent as we'd imagine, or maybe their intelligence was hijacked by a sense of whimsy and fantasy, and therefore Freeman's con was not particularly sophisticated, it was just easily received. Or the obvious conclusion can be drawn. Maybe it was an old Monster Quest, or maybe it was something else, I can't recall exactly. But I remember seeing a program with Dr. Meldrum, and in what was perhaps the most candidly he's ever spoken, he said something along the lines of, "It's interesting how just about every qualified expert who sits down to look at the evidence leaves with an open mind at worst, or belief at best. That's kind of how I feel about it. Most people don't take the time, but if they did, they would give this subject a whole lot more thought. There are thousands of eyewitnesses, and a plethora of pieces of evidence that span too much time and distance to ignore. But the fossils aren't there, which should surprise no one, and the body isn't there, which personally, I think says more about us than them." Anyway, like this video, and make sure you're subscribed, because that really helps me a lot, and it does in fact help me make more of these. Anyway again, and as always, thanks an awful lot for listening.
Well, that's some pretty good advice. You guys should also like and subscribe for more cool Bigfeet kitty animations that I will hopefully get done at some point soon. But I also kind of want to play Mega Man at some point soon. Mega Mind 69. Since we have a bit of a break here, I think I am pretty soon going to be ready to start working on test footage for episode 5 of Fun and Games. I believe there are a handful of challenges for this particular episode that will require me to do a lot of test footage before I can start properly working on the bulk of principal photography. But I think once that's done, I should be, once my camera settings and everything and lighting settings are properly set in stone, I believe I will be able to start recording footage pretty quickly. Maybe Big Feet is an alien. I was listening to a podcast earlier yesterday, and one guy did say that it's possible it's an alien because his experience is that he was about 8 feet away from a Big Feet. As he was looking, he saw maybe like the knees, and he was working his way up toward the face. And in that process, as he was doing that, the Big Feet just vanished. According to him, he said it just vanished. Kind of like there was no cloaking or anything. It's just like if he's there 1 second, and then the next second he's just gone as he's looking at it. And so he was able to say that if there's something that we don't know about this creature, it could be potentially alien-like. Because we have no idea what aliens would actually be like. Okay, how do I... Let me download this so I can plop it here. Okay. Here is the Bigfoot's Mormon connection that Bunky sent. This says, racist Mormon myth. Bigfoot equals Cain. I did hear that from several people. They do theorize that it's possible because Cain was destined to roam the land and nobody could kill him. It's possible that these are descendants of Cain and Canaanites. I don't know. I haven't done enough research into that possible reality, nor have I done a lot of research into the Nephilim, or I believe the Nephilim and the giants referred to in the Bible are the same thing, so I guess I haven't really done much research into either of those two potential theories, Cain and Cain's descendants, nor the Nephilim. So we'll see where this theory here branches out into.
Piece of Mormon folklore is that Cain from the Bible is actually Bigfoot. While this might sound like a fun, whimsical little factoid, it's actually rooted in the Mormon Church's long history of racism against black people. Early Mormon leaders taught that all black people were descended from Cain in the Bible. Cain is cursed for killing his brother Abel, and as a result, God puts a mark on Cain, and early Mormons believed that that mark was black skin. And so in the 1800s, a Mormon leader said he met a black man who was very tall and covered in hair. Apparently, this man told the Mormon leader that he was actually Cain. Later, as the legend of Bigfoot became popularized in the 1950s and 60s, some Mormons connected Bigfoot back to this earlier account in the 1800s. During the 1950s and 60s, Mormon leaders were still teaching that all black people were cursed with the mark of Cain, and they also weren't permitted to enter Mormon temples or have the priesthood. This ban on black members didn't end until 1978, which was almost 10 years after the end of the Civil Rights Movement. When I was growing up Mormon, I heard some members laugh and talk about how early Mormon leaders had met Bigfoot, but they, of course, never explained that the reason for this myth to begin with is because of this racist doctrine.
I would have to verify these claims. Blacks get priesthood. God reveals new policy to LDS prophet. Wait, what the heck? Can I see this guy?
Some Mormons connected Bigfoot back to this earlier account. Was his brother Abel.
I think it's pretty cool that she places all of her sources and her videos right here in this little area this little rectangle
black
right
people
here.
were descended from Cain in the Bible. Cain is cursed
See,
for
look, here's a picture. It's right here in this area.
killing his brother Cain black skin.
Here's
In hair.
another.
Apparently,
Here's a screenshot of some citation, which is also in this area.
this leads some Mormons
Here's another thing. My eyes the entire time have been in this area. Right here with this picture.
connected Bigfoot back to this earlier account in the 1800s. During the 1950s and 60s,
Let's add. The Big Feet's Mormon connection. I'll have to look into that later. Oh, I do know that I do see on my thingy that Flick subscribed, but he didn't get the notification. I hope he gets back soon so we can see if he has that thing. She's ashamed of her Mormon-grown titties. Yeah, I guess that makes sense why she wants to hide them. And or why she makes TikToks. Is this her account here? Alyssa D. Grenfell? I'll add that here to her thingy. Okay, so I guess we covered this, so I will move this Freeman footage into my spooky investigations footage. Let's do Freeman footage. Find out the camera used, possible tricks and or editing techniques used to record this. Unsure if hoax or real. Should just post clips on TikTok. About Mormonism or big feets. It wouldn't surprise me if she's into big feets. Maybe there's like a connection there between her interest in big feets and something that she's trying to hide beneath the big feets footage. She goes by Alyssa Grenfell on YouTube. Okay, I will keep that in mind. Alyssa Grenfell, TikTok. That is YouTube. Okay, we covered that. We covered the other guy, the missing 411. That's good. Okay, we've cleared 2 things off our list. Easy peasy. We're currently working on this Kitfoot animation. How long have I been going? 2 hours, 40 minutes. Well, I think this is a pretty good spot here to stop on this. I want to play some Megamind now before Christmas runs past. I haven't had much time to play Megamind. Save this. Oh fuck, that's not what I meant. Save as emotes. Okay, I'm not really hungry. I don't want to grab a snack or anything, but I probably should. I will play 3 minutes of ads on Twitch and we will return shortly. Try not to be eaten by a big feet. And I also need to work on this Christmas animation. I just really love I just really love this one. It's just too perfect. So I want to work on animating the Christmas one. I think what I want to do is add like a fireplace in there somewhere. And then I'll have the the light kind of going like this, because I think that's like a super duper cute and cozy thing. And I don't know if I should animate snow outside though. Maybe I'll have to animate something else. I'll have to think of something. But that's a problem for future me. Okay, we'll be back in a few minutes. Nope. I had to cut off the Master Chief. Actually, we can keep playing it. Oh, fuck. I have to actually start a new song. Fuck. Fuck. Rip. Okay. I made some tea. So it's not exactly chasna kava, but it's kind of like where the heck are we? Here. I think I was playing Mega Man on Mega Mind on Recharge. Did I do a save state? I completely forgot how I had that set up. Oh, rip, hang on a second, I gotta disconnect my tablet. Okay. I did see, was it like a week ago or something? I think Charlie covered some more Grey Lamau stuff in Congress. Was that a recent thing? I got some trail mix that I can munch on real quick before we do Megamind 69. Let me see. Where the heck is Firefox? Oh, here we go. I had the Grippin on Firefox. Okay, what is new on Aliens? Recently, ooh, okay, this is a good article here, I think. I don't know what the I don't know how credible these outlets here are, but I believe I want to read them regardless. So here we go. This is from the Christian Post by Dan Delzo. Okay, hang on. No, I gotta do my due diligence. Is this a real person? And is this a real website? Or is this an Egon bot? Dan Delzo. Well, the picture is a drawing. Is there any evidence of this guy existing anywhere else? Dan Delzo. He has a Kindle store on Amazon. The the mathematical proof for Christianity, along with other reasons to believe. All of his books are free on Amazon. And he's got a lot of books. This screams AI to me. Although, to be fair, his oldest book is February 17th, 2016. An American Credo. I know my truth. Why you should take heaven and hell seriously. Trusting God is easier than you think, with a book cover that looks like it was made in Babby's first Photoshop. The impossibility of remaining neutral towards Jesus. What is this guy? Fucking Blaise Pascal? What the heck? Look where the soul goes during sex. Interesting. Well, he has books on Amazon dating back to 2016, but I'm still... Wait, all of these books are from 2016. So he published 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. He published 12 books in 2016. Right. Yes, this is totally a real person, and he totally didn't hire a bunch of ghostwriters. Yeah, that sounds believable. Lunning Funeral Chapel. Official obituary of Daniel William Dalzell, December 9th, 1963 to January 2nd, 2024. I guess he does kind of look here in this picture like this sketch here, this drawing. Before I pull it, I don't know if this is the same guy. I don't want to put this guy on screen if it's not him. Does it mention here his books? I don't think this is him. So I'm not going to put him on screen. I suspect this is AI of some sort. If the person Dan Dalzell himself isn't an AI construct, then probably a lot of his material is in some shape or another made with bots. Oh, hold on. I do see some pictures here that look more like this guy. Okay, this is totally the guy. I found him. However, these websites where I can find information about him is still heavily sus. He has no bio here on the Christian Post. There's nothing about him other than his name and his recent posts, his recent articles. So there's this one here. It's a blogspot website, Anglicans Ablaze. This was published Wednesday, January 22nd, 2014. Dan Dalzell going under the knife of God's word. Such a short little snippet here. Oh, there's more? Oh, hang on. This leads to an article that he wrote in 2014 as well. Okay. There's this other article here on Bruce GarenCaesar.net. Published May 25th, 2022. Christians say the darndest things. Get them while they are young, Pastor Dan Delzell says. That's a perfect idea. Yes, get them while they're young, while they are incredibly impressionable and have no defense mechanisms and are very trusting of their parents and adults. Yes, that's very smart. This bodes very well for your... What the heck? What you guys doing? This bodes very well for the critical thinking skills and mental well-being of these children in the future. I'm curious about what this article is now. It is widely known that the first 5 years of a child's life have enormous ramifications. A child's brain develops the most during these early years. But even more importantly, young children are exceedingly open to embracing the gospel because they don't know anything else. They have no other worldview. They will accept literally anything you give them. Multitudes of young children over the centuries have joyfully accepted God's message of salvation. I'm pretty sure as many multitudes have also rejected it because their parents are annoying. Ask me how I know. Accepted God's message of salvation, especially when presented tenderly and consistently by their parents. Okay, in that situation, given that clause there, yes, that makes sense. Often, my wife, Tammy, and I shared the simple gospel message with our children. We witnessed this firsthand with our 4 children. We often asked them, "What did Jesus do for us?" By age 4, each one of them would confidently declare, "Jesus died on the cross for our sins so we can go to heaven." The assurance of salvation in their heart provided much comfort and power, even at such a young age. Don't ever think that a 3 or 4-year-old child is too young to receive Jesus as Savior. In fact, the 2 years between ages 3 and 5 are massively important to a child's spiritual development. Quote, "Yet to all who received him, to those who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of God." John 1:12. The Holy Spirit, it's pretty close to John 1:17. The Holy Spirit enables young children to trust Jesus and enjoy his constant companionship. Okay, well, there's more to this article, but I'll leave it there. On to the real article. I am still sussed about this guy. I don't think this is a real person. Or rather, there is a real person out there named Dan Delzell. I don't know if he wrote these articles. I don't know if a conscious human entity-like being wrote this. Or his books. Okay, from The Christian Post by Dan Delzell. Published Sunday, December 1st, 2024. Unmasking UFOs, Aliens, and Demonic Deception. Ugh, I just had a demonic possession of sneezing. What the heck? As reported by The Economist earlier this year, The Economist, April 9th, 2024. Okay, so he's looking to a real article that I don't have access to because I have to pay. Okay, I have to trust his word. As reported by The Economist earlier this year, UFOs are going mainstream. Believe it or not, 20 million people in the United States claim to have seen a UFO, and 4 million claim to have been abducted by aliens. So, what in the world is going on here? Are UFOs and aliens real? Before attempting to answer this paranormal question, first consider an easier question. Are fallen angels, demons, and holy angels real? Yes, indeed, as Scripture makes abundantly clear. And if UFOs and aliens are demonic manifestations, as many Christians believe, we would expect to find some clues in the Bible. I myself am not the kind of person to proselytize or make claims about the nature of reality, but from my own personal perspective, I do think angels and demons are definitely real. They're probably just not entities in the way that they are often perceived and shown in media. It's more like an aura that may or may not, that you may or may not, shall we say, embody and or act upon. Angels are real because if you are a person who is blessed and who shares those blessings, you are an angel to somebody else. If you are, if you are suffering and you are in pain and you spread that out into the world, you are in a sense acting on demonic impulses and influences. And so that's the way that I see it and understand it. And so in those cases, I would say yes, angels and the demons are real. But I have yet to find enough evidence to say as to whether or not they are real entities that walk among us, and or whether or not they are in the woods shape-shifting as Bigfeets and Wendigosies and skinwalkers. I have yet to make that determination, but it is a possible theory I am entertaining and must research. Once, when Jesus encountered 2 demon-possessed men, the demons shouted, "What do you want with us, Son of God? Have you come here to torture us before the appointed time?" Matthew 8:29. Demons instantly become terrified once Jesus arrives on the scene. So, what about alien abductions today? How do these traumatic experiences compare to demonic encounters in the New Testament? And, most importantly, do today's harrowing alien episodes abruptly cease when the name of Jesus is introduced into the question? Well, from what I know, the answer is yes, that they do abruptly end. I don't know I don't know why, rather. I have heard it multiple times from multiple people, both religious and non-religious of some sort, whether agnostic or atheist. So that's what I have to go on. So he's going to say yes, that they do, these demonic and alien-like abductions or visions or paralysis do end when uttering the name of Jesus and God. Gary Bates has researched this issue for over 25 years. As a best-selling author on the matter, who also has an award-winning movie on aliens and UFOs, Gary said, quote, "There are over 400 cases that I am aware of where these abductions have been halted by people calling on the name of Jesus Christ. The instant his name is called, it stopped." Christians, of course, are not surprised that the name of, as I was saying, are not surprised that the name of Jesus stops things like nightmares and other frightening phenomena, including alien ordeals. It's possible that we have to be careful with statements like that, because that could be survivorship bias and other false positives. It's possible maybe when you are in a position, because I know that under paralysis it is difficult to do or say anything. So as you're fighting your way through the paralysis and you're able to recall in mind, you're able to get through the shock of sleep paralysis enough that you can recite the Lord's Prayer. It's possible you're just getting through the worst part of the paralysis, and then as you're getting better toward the end of it, it just so happens to coincide with when you're saying a prayer or the name of the Lord. And it would be difficult to make studies on that to see where the evidence leads us, but I believe that might be a possibility that he's probably not going to touch on. Christians, of course, are not surprised that the name of Jesus stops things like nightmares and other frightening phenomena, including alien ordeals. See my 2011 CP op-ed, How to Say No to Nightmares. Okay, I'm not going to read this one right now, but I am going to link it in my Spooky Monsters Unseen World channel on Discord. I'll read that one later. Oh, there's that picture of him. Oh my goodness, he's haunting me like fucking Egon. Since we are not alone in the universe, we do at times cross paths with the angels and demons, like I was saying. See, look. As Gary stated, quote, the Bible has always talked about another dimension, and we've had visitors from that dimension, and they're called angels. Good ones, bad ones. God's angels always bring a message that is consistent with what we read in God's Word. The bad guys are there to deceive and deflect and to take people's eyes away from the Creator. As supernatural beings originally created by God to serve as holy angels, demons are fallen angels who rebelled against God and went the way of Lucifer. Demons are highly intelligent and also skilled impersonators. These shapeshifters can appear at your bedside as your deceased relative or show up during a seance. They can also impersonate the mother of our Lord through various apparitions of Mary. Interesting. And when people take part in certain New Age practices, what the heck are New Age practices? Okay, I'm going to add this to my Obsidian. I want to read this later. Let's do demons, New Age practices. Plop that in there. New Age practices. And people who take part in certain New Age practices, demons even pretend to be Jesus, the, quote, ascended master. And yes, demons can take on an alien appearance or even the shape of a UFO. A certain project I am working on, there is a spooky monster that takes shape of an angelic being. I wonder what the rules are for that. Is God unable to stop these demons from taking on the shape and form and apparition of Mary or Jesus? I need to do my research into that. Demons want humans to interact with them in order to draw people into the spiritual clutches of the occult. If you open a wrong door in the spiritual realm, demons will come through it to trick you, to trick and treat you, oppress you, and lead you away from the one door that leads to everlasting life in paradise. Jesus said, quote, I am the door. Whoever enters through me will be saved. Okay, note to self, enter Jesus. Interestingly, many alien abductees are told they were chosen because they are special and are needed to spread the message of their alien abductors. An obsession with UFOs and aliens can even become a substitute for religion. Ah, yes, there are very many things like that happening these days where people substitute religion and country for certain other cult-like personalities, shall we say. For example, the Heaven's Gate cult. Oh no. The Heaven's Gate cult was a UFO religion that produced mass suicides by its members in 1997. While demons distract and disorient people in order to lead them further and further away from Christ, God's holy angels are, quote, ministering spirits sent to serve those who will inherit salvation. Hebrews 1:14. Angels and demons are invisible to the human eye, unless, of course, they choose to visibly appear, such as when two holy angels appeared at Christ's empty tomb. They asked Mary, "Woman, why are you crying?" John 20:13. Demons fear the risen Savior because the Messiah, quote, triumphed over them by the cross. Colossians, I don't think I've ever heard of this book, Colossians 2:15. And, quote, was raised on the third day according to the scriptures. 1 Corinthians 15:4. The fate of every demon is sealed, just like the fate of their master Satan. Okay. Where's the part about the aliens again? UFOs and aliens are merely one way the devil and his demons seek to distract people from accepting the good news of the gospel. See John 3:16. Some people become so mesmerized by UFOs and aliens that they actually start pursuing mysterious phenomena. It is a seductive doorway into the occult. I think this makes sense for most people. As I was mentioning before, maybe like a year ago, about the Eye of Sauron, I think it is possible that people who are spiritually strong enough and whose relationship with God is strong enough, they might be able to do work that is not done by being mesmerized and seductive, but rather by being like a detective who shines a light and exposes reality and or makes the appropriate line in the sand between the good and evil, which is it's kind of what I feel like I'm doing, like just doing detective work and research, because unfortunately we are living in dark times where people don't do research, where people don't remember things that literally happened a couple years ago, and their entire perception of reality is just warped into something that's not real. And so I think having, being a detective and a researcher and having notes and evidence is incredibly important. It is really, really sad to see that there are a lot of people who don't care about those things, who aren't interested in those things, and when presented with it, they look the other way and they pretend it's not real. It's possible those are influences of demonic entities themselves. Dr. Ron Rhodes writes, Dr. Ron Rhodes writes, many UFO investigators have followed a path that has taken them directly into the world of the occult. They believe they are rediscovering ancient spiritual truths and uncovering new realities about the universe. Well, hang on a second. Aren't they technically actually not rediscovering, but uncovering spiritual truths? They're just the bad ones? Those two things can go hand in hand. I think it logically follows, if what this guy is saying is true, that demons can shapeshift into aliens and UFOs to try to hoax people into occult stuff. Doesn't it make sense that UFO investigators are actually looking at something spiritual? Let me reread that in case I misunderstood what he said. Dr. Ron Rhodes writes, many UFO investigators have followed a path that has taken them directly into the world of the occult. Okay, so far so good. They believe they are rediscovering ancient spiritual truths and uncovering new realities about the universe. It has led many to experiment with astral projection, to believe in reincarnation, etc. Okay, hold on a second. You lost me at the second thing because of what I said before, and then additionally this other stuff. If what Dan Delzell is saying is true, that these are demons, then UFO investigators are indeed rediscovering ancient spiritual truths, that demons exist and that that they're toying with you. What's not real? I think the easiest way to answer that is that what is real is perception. I think he's saying they are rediscovering truths they think are good, but they are demon truths. Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. They are spiritual. I guess, yeah, maybe the word that I'm getting that's tipping me off here is truth. If these aliens and UFO stuffs are indeed the demons, then that is part of the spiritual world. So these UFO investigators are indeed interacting with something spiritual. It has led many to experiment with the astral projection. I've heard this is spooky. I've never known anybody who's done it on purpose, at least. There was this one episode of Sasquatch Chronicles where a guy, he was a kid. He said he was really, really, really sick. He was sleeping, and then at some point in the night, these probably aliens, I guess in this case demons, flew into his room, and then I don't know if he said it was his body or his spirit. They lifted him, he was levitating, they pulled him outside. He could see from high above as if he was like on a drone camera. He could see his neighborhood and everything. He recognized things, which seems to suggest he was conscious and it was real. And then they were like hovering at some point over like a street lamp. I forget if he said that they sent him back or he just woke up and he was back in bed. I forgot exactly what happened there. But if astral projection is real, and if demons are real, and if what I've heard of astral projection and demons are real, you probably don't want to astrally project because then demons can go inside you. The semen demon can come inside you. Palestinians, you're taking our land. Jews, Israel, yes. That's literally exactly what's happening. Jacques Vallée, a well-known secular French UFO researcher, says, quote, "The phenomena reported by UFO witnesses involve poltergeist effects, levitation, psychic control, healing, and out-of-body experiences. Vallée has personally investigated countless UFO sightings. His comments are based on years of first-hand experience. Negative consequences and dark side effects occur when demons interact with humans, even if the devious impersonators initially tell you they want to help you. This diabolical charade is one way they gain access into the lives of unsuspecting victims. Don't forget their master, quote, Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. 2 Corinthians 11:14. Thankfully, there is a way to effectively counter and overcome every type of demonic deception. Okay, here's the most important part of the article, everyone, the very end, where he says how to fight the demons. In order to fight the semen demons, first of all, don't actually project so the demons don't go inside you. And secondly, repent of your sins, receive Jesus as your Savior, and then walk closely with him. Quote, everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. Romans 10:13. UFOs, aliens, demons, and the devil himself have no power over Jesus Christ. You see, if you are a follower of Christ, quote, greater is he who is in you than he who is in the world. Okay, so if someone is in you, they are greater than someone who is in the world. So if someone is not inside you, they are not greater than somebody who is inside you. I see. 1 John 4:4. Okay, well, you heard it here first, folks. If you want to stop the demons and the aliens from attacking you, you must repent of your sins, receive Christ as your Savior, and walk with God. Easy. Easy clap. We can clap the aliens. And don't forget, he who is inside you is greater than he who is not inside you. Very important information. This is a need-to-know information that you won't get anywhere else on any other stream, because they don't know the truth about the aliens, about the Grey Lamaus. Okay, well, I want to read this one. Oh my goodness, what the heck? Oh fuck, wait. I wanted to read those comments. No, what? Where's the comments? Here we go. I wonder what the comments are like here on christianpost.com. I almost forgot my tea. Patches. Hey, Patches. Where's the Patches? It's the Patches. It's the Patches, the Scratches. Hey, Patches. Look over here. Look. Come say hi to the camera. Look. Oh, no, come back. Look, it's the Pikachu. It's the Pikachu. Oh, what's that? What's that? It's the Patches. The Patches, the Scratches. It's the Kuromi. It's the Kuromi. Ah. Okay, so Patches is also here to help us fight against the demons. No, that's my tea. No. Okay. Here are the comments from christianpost.com. Chuck on this looks Polish. How do I pronounce this? Andrzej. What? Are you trying to get back on the bed? What? Are you trying to get on? No. No. There you go. Easy peasy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Chuck, let me zoom that in. Anjulovich. Is that how that's pronounced? Hang on, you have access to the or hang on a second. I think I can plug it into Google, right? Google Translate. Fuck. No. Oh. Fuck. No. What the heck did I do? Here. This might be loud. Hide your ears.
Anjulewicz.
Anjulewicz. Okay. Chuck Anjulewicz. It did auto read as Polish, so I was correct. Oh my goodness. There are no alien spacecraft visiting Earth. No extraterrestrials wandering around. And despite what the QAnon folks say, this guy's against QAnon? He's like the perfect audience. Despite what the QAnon folks say, there are no Arcturians, no reptilians, and no galactic federations of light. What the heck? That's all science fiction. Okay, I've heard of the reptilians. I have never heard of the Arcturians. Nor have I heard of the Galactic Federation of Light. What there is science fact. Not science fiction, science fact. This guy on christianpost.com will teach us about science fact. I'm sure that there are plenty of inhabited worlds throughout our galaxy, not to mention the broader universe. All you need is water, organic compounds, sources of energy, and plenty of time. Life arises easily. That sounds like it might be a little, hey baby, life arises easily, you know? All you need is water, organic compounds, sources of energy, and plenty of time. 9 months. The question is, can such life be technologically advanced enough to travel from star to star? I suspect not. The distances are simply insurmountable. Faster than light travel is a convenient science fiction trope and probably nothing more. Oh hey, @FlakeBean, when did you get in here? Did you see my message, the gift that I posted? If that thingy appears for you, the share, I think that's how you can have your Twitch sub appear. Do you have that thing on your... If I pull this up, it should appear up here somewhere at the very top of Twitch chat. This GIF here. And then you can type your message here. I don't know if that appears for you. It should appear for you. However, if you already submitted your Twitch sub, you might not be able to do that anymore. Alternatively, next month before you subscribe, check if that's there. If that doesn't show up for you anymore. What the heck? Look, Bunky. We were just talking about Cain, and now Abel showed up? What the heck? Hal Lindsey used to teach that the appearance of extraterrestrial beings were a part of the, quote, great lie that God would send upon the whole earth to an unrepentant and God-defying world. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie. Oh, okay, I see. So instead of God sending us evidence of his existence, he will send us delusions and lies. I see. Although obviously I think the context, or I haven't read this one, I think the context surrounding it would be you would need to have enough faith and belief in God so that the believers will be saved, and then he will also send strong delusions so that the non-believers and people who don't live in the godly way will fall for this lie. I think that might be what the surrounding context for this is. Oh, this comment violated our policy. What the heck did he say? L.A. makes a lot of money with his imaginations. His imaginations? Who is L.A.? L.A. Marzulli? Who is this guy? I'm curious now. L.A. Marzulli. He's an award-winning author, lecturer, filmmaker, and internationally recognized specialist on the Nephilim. Ah. He's a Nephilim guy. Okay, I think I'll keep this guy in mind for when I do research into the Nephilim. Demons. Nephilim expert. Supposedly. And apparently this guy says that he makes a lot of imaginations. I still don't like how Twitch did this, where like it's still telling me drag to moderate. I can't see what I'm doing. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. So whatever. I wish I could see what I just did, but I have no idea. There is other life besides humans. They're called animals. They're called angels, and they have the ability to change their shapes. I do not believe the UFOs are being seen are aliens, but angels. Probably fallen angels. Yeah, he covered that. Okay, I'll read this. I'll save this article for next time. But for now, we're gonna move on to. We're gonna do Megamind 69. UN response to Gray Lamau's. And this doesn't go here. This goes under spooky. Okay. Let me set up Retro Arch, I believe. Oh fuck, wait. First I gotta plug in my PlayStation controller. Oh no, I have way too many cables. I don't know which one is my PlayStation guy. Fuck. I'll put on some music. Give me a second. Oh yeah, Flick, are you here right now? I wanted to do a thing. I wanted to see if you were here, so I can post something. See if I can find it. Aha! Here it is. Flick, if you think Maria is a pretty cool guy who doesn't afraid of anything, don't type anything into chat. Okay, Flick, if you think fun and games is a super cool show, don't type anything into chat. Okay, Flick, if Christmas is your favorite holiday, and you like drinking hot chocolate and opening up presents, don't type anything into chat. Okay, Flick, If you like being the little spoon, don't type anything into chat. Whoever wants to be pegged, type something into chat. By who? Depending on who may or may not be involved, my response may or may not be different. Oh, just peg the raw? Yeah, sure. Oh, I guess Flick doesn't want to be pegged. Sucks to be him. Oh shit, wait, hang on a second. How did I bring in Megamind? This might be super duper. Oh no, I don't think it's gonna be super duper loud. Huh. Do this side. Oh my goodness. Why do you gotta do this to me? Do I have... Oh, okay, I have this. Get me this. Do one of these. There we go.
In a world covered by endless water, people are forced to eke out a living on the small patches of land that remain above the sea. The people of this world rely on ancient technology driven by quantum refractors, a powerful energy source. These refractors lie in ancient ruins underground and in the sea, and are sought out by explorers called diggers.
Diggers?
These brave explorers are the sole source of refractor energy, which has become a cornerstone of the emerging civilizations. Originally, this was the diggers' only purpose.
Diggers?
To find refractors so that civilization might endure. However, over the years, the story of a fabulous treasure, the legendary Mother Lode, began to be whispered among the diggers. The Mother Lode, a treasure so great that if it were discovered, it would provide...
Yeah, I know people, certain kinds of people who would enjoy Motherlode.
So much power that the world never need fear running out of energy. Seeking this Mother Lode, diggers travel from one island to another in their flying machines, ever hoping that they'll find what they seek just over the horizon. Hope. Despair. Charity. Greed. Duty. Power. Who can say what truly motivates the diggers?
Diggers? Okay, I believe... Oh, it works! Okay, I wasn't sure if it was gonna work loading this way. Let me listen in on my phone, see if the audio seems fine. It looks like the game audio is a bit too quiet. Give me 1 second. Okay, audio seems fine. If it's too loud or too quiet, let me know, but I think we'll be okay. And also, let me know when Flick is here. I need to show him something. Uh-oh. Did it break? Oh. 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 Wait. Was my time 4004? What the heck? Okay, that's a little too loud on my ears. Okay. I gotta remember the controls because... Wait, can I not use the control sticks? Okay, look. 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 I have to move like this. I can't move like this! What? What is this? 1996? Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I mean, that's okay. Okay, so last time, previously on Mega Man 69, we came out of here and we saved the fat guy from the junk shop, and then him and his wife said that we can use this. We just have to repair it ourselves. Okay, where to next? I think I can enter the city now, maybe.
Mega Man, were you able to find anything? Oh. If you can't find any parts in town, I guess we'll have to try digging for them ourselves. That's what the man at the junk store said. That might take a while. Which means... Huh? Mega Man, what's that? It looks like a weapons upgrade module.
Oh, this? Yeah, the junk store man gave it to me. He said we could use this car to hook it up.
You mean we can use this car? Well, come on then. Let's get it attached right away. There, it's ready. This weapon lets you use landmines. Just drop them in front of an oncoming enemy and boom! Just remember, there's a limited number of mines, so make sure you use them sparingly. Do you want me to explain what this weapon does again?
No, shut up, woman.
I'll get to work on fixing this car up. I'll be able to help you out and maybe spot for you if I can get it running again.
Silence, Femoid. Okay, so we're gonna roleplay World War II Europe with our landmines. Where... No! That's not what I wanted. I do not want to be woman-splained to. Oh my goodness. Triangle to fire. Yeah. Oh my goodness, how much? She just keeps talking and talking. What's under talk? Oh, it's just the most recent. Okay. Oh.
Ah, there you are. I've been looking for you so I could give you this. Your citizen's card.
What the heck?
Now
I have a green
you'll be able
card.
to use the city gates. Of course, there are some gates that can't be opened, but...
Why's that?
Pirates. We've received information that indicates there are some headed this way. So as a precaution, we're evacuating the civilians and locking the gates.
Pirates? Our grandfather is still inside the city. Will he be all right?
Well, I'm sure he's heard the announcements about the pirates. If I see him, I'll make sure he gets to a safe place. If you'll excuse me.
I'm worried about Gramps. I hope he'll be okay.
I'll go look for him. You wait here.
Okay, Mega Man. Be careful.
Okay, pretty convenient that there's all that dialogue so I can drink my yummy tea. Okay, so now that I have committed citizenship fraud... Oh, fuck. There's these fat Americans in the way. We're having a secret meeting. Get out of here. If I'm careful, I should be able to get close without them noticing. Okay, we gotta do Batman stealth mission. No. Okay. Or actually, first let me get my free monies. If we're going to be tortured by this music, like I was as a child, might as well make some profit. Look. Bonk. Bonk. Oh my goodness. Oh, what the heck? This can is trolling me. Oh my, look at this! I just fucked myself over. I can't get it. It's stuck there. Legitimately stuck. I can't. Kill yourself in a video game. Okay. Whisper, whisper, whisper. That girl looks sus, I tell you. Whisper, whisper. She has to be a pirate. She said she was looking for treasure. Whisper. No one believes us. We're going to have to get her our... They're gonna get a woman? Against her will, probably. Hey, someone's spying on us. It's that blue guy again, the guy with the blue balls. Okay. I have uncovered a conspiracy. And they were blocking the end door. I'm actually pissed I didn't get that. I can't.
Okay, got it? Once the decision's made, there's no turning back. Nothing less than 100%. And remember, it's more than just guns and ships. It's whoever has the most information that wins, right? Right, we understand. You need to keep your costs and risks as low as possible and stay on schedule. That's right. You've got it. Huh? What are you looking at?
Okay, I think we can go pretty quickly through this. I'm not particularly interested in exploring every single little tiny thing. Since I already know, for the most part, where to go. So we'll just move along to the story and try to get to the important parts. I do know from accidental images that there is quite a quite an audience for these two, shall we say. What do you want? Says the pirate bitch. You've been following me all around all day, haven't you? Sorry, but I don't have time to play with you. Just stay out of my way, okay? What the heck? So many cops! They must be looking for counterfeit bills or something. Oh. Sorry, no unauthorized entry. Yes, I came to see Grandpa. Okay, I just gotta talk to him? Okay. Take me to the fightings. I wanna kill stuff. I wanna bang stuff. I wanna bang the pirates. Especially that one.
Hey, Mega Man! Come to check up on me, eh? Here, let me introduce you to the mayor of this island, Amelia.
I'm Amelia. Nice to meet you. I'm an old friend of Professor Barrel's. I worked as his assistant for a while I was in school.
What the heck? There's probably fan art of that too, isn't there?
To tell you the truth, we've gotten reports that there are some pirates headed this way. I was asking the professor if he might have any idea what they're after.
I'll bet anything they're after the legendary treasure supposedly buried on this island.
There are a lot of stories about the treasure, but no one knows exactly what it is. I thought maybe you might know something about it, Professor.
I've been in the digging business a long time, but I haven't been able to find out anything about this island's treasure except legends and myths. Look, Mega Man, I'll be here for a while talking with Amelia. So why don't you go back and keep an eye on Roll? Tell her not to worry about me, okay?
Wow, Grandpa just wants to stay here with his assistant. The woman who was his assistant while she was in school. I think I know what's going on here. Do you guys know? I think I know what's happening. I think I know why he wants to stay here. I don't know about you guys. Okay. Now let's run all the way back.
It's a dog!
What's that all about?
It's kind of funny, actually.
What did I ever do to you?
He's jealous that there's another bitch in town. It's kind of funny because in one of the projects I am working on, I do sort of have. Well, I guess initially I had a scene sort of like that, but I might change it now with some voice actors. I don't think I had this scene in mind when I was writing that, but now that I see it again as an adult, it's kind of funny. Wait, how do I look again? Oh. Wait. Oh, hang on. I think I know how to do it. Oh. Oh. Oh.
What are you staring at? I'm not a clown or something. Go on, get out of here.
Maybe he just smells Scooby snacks on her.
Hey, cut it out! Don't you know you can't treat girls that way? Hey, hold on. Down, boy. Down.
He's depressed now. Look at him.
Are you all right?
She stuck that pole pretty easily. Maybe she has some experience with that.
You just mind your own business.
Oh my goodness, she's zooming. She's like Sonic. I guess her hair makes it look more like Shadow though. That's gonna be the meme now. She's Shadow, and we are Sanic, and this is now a homoerotic yaoi boy loving boy story. Well, everybody's gone. Where'd they all go? Oh, wait, hang on. I can still grab money. Money, money, money. Although I suppose the easier way to grab money would be to just steal the cash registers. Yoink. I don't think they have anything new, but I'll check just in case. Life gauge, energy canteen, shield repair. I forgot what this is, but we'll go with life gauge. What are my current buster parts? Power Razor of +1 attack and Rapid Fire +1 rapid. Only have room for 2. Fuck. 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 Okay, we can get Power Razor 2 and Range Buster 2. Turbocharger. Energy is +2. I think that's the size. I think I kind of do want range, probably. So we'll do range and damage. I forget what energy is. We'll grab both of these. That's quite a bit of monies, but we'll increase our attack and range by 1. And then I guess I can sell my older parts, right? I won't be needing these anymore. I'm about to spend all my monies. Okay, I think we're good here. Fuck. Okay, we've got +2 attack and +2 range now. Easy peasy. The best thing about about knowing this can trick is you can just get a whole bunch of money pretty early on. I don't even remember how we found out about this. I think when we first got this game, I don't... Oh no. I don't think there were guides or forums online for this kind of stuff, so I have no idea. I have no idea how we learned about this. But ever since we did learn about it, we abuse it every single playthrough. What's up, bitch?
Gramps? What? He's talking with the mayor at City Hall? I hope he'll be okay. By the way, did you see those weird-looking ships that just flew past here? I've never seen ones like that before. I wonder whose they are. There goes one. sure he's all right. Whoa!
This seems like a perfectly reasonable thing to do. Run towards danger when you have no weapons. Woman smart. Okay, before we do that, before we follow her, let's get some more money. Oh fuck. 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 Okay, there we go. Easy peasy. Okay, now we can go. Oh, we can go save first, real quick, just in case. I don't think I would need to save, but just in case my computer decides to turn off. Yes, that's why we'll save. In case there's a power outage. Okay. Ah!
Hold it right there. You can't go in there. This area's closed off.
Please, officer, let us through. Our grandfather's in there and...
You can't go in either. It's dangerous.
What's happening?
Those pirates have attacked the island. Just like they said they would. They're after the treasure that's supposed to be buried here. Enough talk. You have to leave here. Now!
Pirates?
They've occupied the gate over there.
What?
They're too heavily armed. We can't even get close to them.
They're occupying?
Maybe I can do something.
They're colonizing?
Mega Man, I'm going with you.
No roll, it's too dangerous. Let me handle this.
But... All right. You look out for Gramps, okay?
Wait, are you crazy?
Wait! Where do you think you're going? What can a single boy possibly do?
This femoid talks too much.
We're the Bonds! We're pirates!
Yarr.
Better watch out for us! We're not gonna let you through. So there!
I love how he sounds like a dwarf.
We'll be in big trouble if we let anyone through.
That guy too.
Miss Tron will punish us.
Okay, I gotta develop.
We're gonna give you the key.
I gotta develop a voice like these guys. I gotta save these as voice acting characters. Each of the three robots is unique and has different capabilities. Red is built for combat, blue is built for speed, and yellow is built for endurance.
Mission start!
Okay, where's the key, bitches? Holy fuck. Ah! Holy moly. Fuck. Wait. I can't even hardly see the key. Fuck. These guys are cheating. Holy fuck, these guys hurt. I didn't think it would be this difficult. But here we are. Wait. Oh fuck, it's triangle. I may have made a grave error. Oh no. We have made a grave error in not picking up some healing. Oh, well, good thing is I got the key. Easy peasy. Gimme. Gimme.
Mission complete!
Okay. I wasn't aware that he had a key, but thankfully he did.
Oh, what happened this time? I can't take my eyes off you for a second, can I? Just you wait till we get back. You're in a lot of trouble. Oh, no. Who was that? Wait, wasn't that the same boy as before? He disabled the bloom bears by himself. I don't understand. Whenever I think about him, I get this funny feeling. Oh, forget it! Who cares what this feeling is? It's all his fault! His fault! How dare he! I'll teach him not to mess with me or my kids! Here we go! Feldinot, engage!
Oh. She's gonna splatter him.
Hey, you! Thanks to you, everything's a mess now, isn't it?
Huh? Aren't you the girl who's being chased by that dog?
Shut up! I don't want to hear about that! Do you know what you've done?
Huh?
You're a lot dumber than you look. You should have known better than to pick a fight with the Bonds. Of course, if you agree to become one of my servants, I suppose I could forgive you.
Her servant?
What do you say? That way my brother will never have to know about what you did to us.
Join up with pirates? I don't think so.
All right then, forget you. Fine, see if I care. I gave you a chance and you turned it down. Don't come back crying to me later. Your history! You're toast! Just you wait!
She seems pretty sassy, and I don't know if becoming her servant would be a good idea. Oh fuck, I think I'm messing up. Ah! Fuck! Oh! No! Fuck! I keep thinking. Oh my god! I keep thinking I can avoid those by. Fuck. By jumping out of the way at the last second? Whew! Ah! She keeps trying to explode my face! Phew! Thankfully I felt... I destroyed the building. Thankfully I filled her up quicker before she filled me up, so... Fuck.
I mean, not bad. You're stronger than I thought. I'll give you credit for that. Miss Tron, are you alright? Get in quick, right?
I think the strategy to not...
It's not over yet. Don't think you've won. Next time, I won't be so easy on you. I'll make sure you pay for this.
Ah, she won't go. She won't go easy on us. She'll go hard on us. I think the strategy here to not have these buildings destroyed is to just fight on this main street this way. And unlucky. I gotta pay for all this. Yes, there are other people who, regarding the females in this game, have made certain works, creative works. And there's also a monkey Monkey, monkey. The monkey is the savior because he helps us save the game. He's the monkey, monkey. Okay, I'm kinda tempted to go get some healing, but... I think I'll be okay. We'll make it somewhat of a challenge run. Monkey, not on a Monday. I technically...
Indications are that the mysterious group of pirates will continue its offensive for the foreseeable future. Recapping our top story of the day. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, the city center was attacked by a group of unknown pirates.
It's Adult Velma.
They be given the keys to the caves and tunnels underneath our island. The mayor has refused to give in to their demands and is currently under siege alone in City Hall. Local police are helpless in front of the power of the pirates' weapons. It may be only a matter of time before City Hall is destroyed. Hopes are rapidly fading as... I've just been handed this update, viewers. It appears that the robots and machines being used to lay siege to the city have been destroyed.
Oh, hey, Blake, when did you get in here?
Boy. And now, that same boy has come through the gate and is heading towards City Hall. Wait! There he is! I can see him! He really is alone! Can this lone hero save the mayor?
I think it's gonna keep... I don't think it's gonna stop for me to read. The red robots will attack City Hall, while the yellow robots will attack the nearest building, protect City Hall, the police station, and the bank from the pirates. Okay. Flick, I wanted to show you something. Like, in your server, I'm gonna post this thing. Look, go see. Go see in your server this thing that I posted. I think it's pretty cool. How about you? The reporter there, she looked like Adult Velma. And also earlier, we were in City Hall with the mayor and Roll's grandpa, and she had a very, very sexy voice. I'll probably hear from her again in a bit.
Mission start!
Oh my goodness, the mines are fucking OP. Oh my goodness. No! Wait! Oh. I thought...
Robots are being deployed by a flying carrier. You should go after that first if you want to stop them.
I thought the... I thought my mind disappeared, but... Okay, thankfully it didn't. Who's that orange guy? Oh. Wait, that's not the lock-on button? Oh fuck. Is it... Oh no! Oh no! Which is the... Okay. Oh! 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 I don't know if I need to kill these guys, but well, we did it. That was quickly enough. Okay, so 2 mines is enough for... Fuck. Okay, so it's 2 mines and a couple of hits, I think. Fuck! That guy took so many hits! Where's that orange one? Mr. Orange! No! He's too fast! Oh no. Oh no. No! It's not the guy I want! No! I wish I had my N64 controller right now. What the heck? I'm being trolled by the lock-on. Shit. don't think I'm gonna be able to do this very well. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. I can free aim. Get him! Oh no! Fuck! The controls I feel were definitely much better on N64, and I am not just saying that because I'm losing.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you see this? The city hall is catching fire!
Unluck. Biggest of unlucks. Fuck. Why is he targeting the guy below? Megamind is the big stupids. Fuck. I can't even lock on from here. Oh my goodness. This game is trolling me to the max. I think that's the last air guy though. I hope. Oh my, he's so fast! Christ. Rip. I might be able to kill him this time around. If I can fucking hit him. Get him! He's too far? No fucking way, dude. I even bought +2 range. This game hates me, bro. Okay, I don't care about this shit right now. I need City Hall. I don't remember it being this difficult when I was a kid. Holy shit, literally every other building's gone. Oh no! Oh no! We done goofed, bros. We done goofed. What? I don't even care about this money, even though I should, because I gotta repair all these buildings later. Fuck, dude. Oh, I'm out of mines! Holy fuck. Okay. I think I'm gonna lose credit there for that, for the bank. But, take care of the pirates. I just did. Ah! Ooh. Holy. Ice. I believe he can still damage the buildings with his missiles if I'm not careful. Holy fuck. Ah! Ah! Okay, I gotta try to not have a city hall behind me next time he has his rockets. Okay. Oh, I beheaded him. That bitch is dead.
Are you alright?
Well, I thought I would do better, but at least I didn't die. I didn't look like a fool live on TV.
What the heck happened to Tron and Bond? They should have been back by now. Oh, those two. No, I told them they were in charge, so I won't worry. I'll let them take care of it themselves. Hey, look at the clock! It's almost time for my favorite show! I almost missed it!
Next story. City Hall was attacked by a mysterious group of assailants this afternoon, but their offensive was beaten back by an equally mysterious young boy, pictured here on screen.
What? What? Who the heck is that blue boy?
Blue ball?
So Bond was defeated, but what about Tron? This is a potential disaster. We could end up losing a lot of money on this one. All right, it's obvious that I, Teasel Bond, will have to assume command. Who needs that key anyway? It might take some time, and it might take some money, but who cares? I'll use my ultimate digging machine, the Moral Wolf, to dig up the treasure myself. And I won't let any little blue boy get in my way either. Huh? Wait a sec. Bond's probably okay, but what about Tron?
It's kind of sad that he says blue boy because
Mission complete!
it's so close to blue ball,
Mega Man!
but not exactly.
You did it, Mega Man! Come on, let's go look for Gramps.
Oh, here's the sexy sounding mayor.
Mega Man, roll! Sorry to give you a scare like that. Don't you worry, though. I'm as healthy as I ever was.
That's a relief. We were worried about you, Gramps.
With your help, we were able to keep those pirates from getting the key to the ruins. Thank you.
Amelia says she'll give us a digger's license as thanks for helping her.
Digger's license.
Now we'll be able to look for parts to fix the flutter.
I know it's not much, but it's the least I can do for you.
Excuse me. Your Honor, we got a new problem. Those pirates have started digging up the northern forest.
What? They weren't able to get the key, so they must be going after the treasure directly.
I'm amazed they'd go to that much trouble. Even if they are criminals, you've got to admire their persistence.
Who knows what will happen if they get their hands on the treasure? Inspector, I want you to arrest them immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I am very curious to do some research into certain other characters in this game. You know, as an adult.
Wait a minute, Mega Man. I'm going with you. Look, Mega Man. I fixed the car the junk shop owner gave us. I may not have been able to get it fixed in time to help you before, but next time, you can count on me. There goes the inspector and his men off to get the pirates. I wonder if he'll be all right.
If they're using weapons like they did before, the inspector might have some trouble. Not to mention
that the pirates are likely to steal everything if they get there first.
Well, I think I better go help them.
Be careful, Mega Man. I'll wait for you in the car. If you find some parts that you think might be useful, bring them back to me. I'll get them fixed up and attach them for you.
Right. See you later.
I believe I can probably upgrade my mines. Probably. Mayhaps. Talk to... Oh no, she's gonna talk for another 5 hours. Can change special weapons. It costs a little money, but we can enhance your special weapons. Okay, now we have that ability. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Yeah. Special weapons is what I want. Enhanced weapon. Mines. Increase firepower for 3000 zenny. Oh, energy is the amount of ammo. Okay. I wasn't sure what it was when I was looking at the store for the buster parts. I can do both of these, right? 3000 plus 800. I have 10,000, so let's do both. Yes, give me that. And give me more ammo. Do I want even more ammo? I don't think so. I think we'll be okay. Ah! Okay. Let's get the heck out of here. And just in case, let me go ahead and save state. But nobody saw that. Nope. This is totally a legal copy of the game. Yep. Yep.
Hey, here comes somebody else.
You have tanks.
He doesn't look like a police officer. Hey, it's that blue guy again. We'll show him, just like we showed that officer. We ain't gonna lose this time.
Fuck him up. I wonder if they didn't populate as many enemies here as they could have because of RAM issues, most likely. But I feel like they could have definitely added a bunch more dudes. Could be either a RAM issue or oh my goodness, maybe the graphics processing. But I wonder if there's a like a mod or a fan-made edit. Probably, if they were to add more enemies, they would probably also have to improve the controls with more modern reactive controls rather than these tank controls.
Oh, it's you,
says the inspector.
Those pirates' weapons are too strong. We can't get close.
It'll only be a matter of time before they find the treasure. We've got to do something, but what can we do? Give me your money, and I'll get stronger. That's what you can do. maybe America took a hint from this. The police don't have weapons strong enough to fight against the pirates. So that's why American polices have tanks now. Maybe this is the legendary disaster that's supposed to happen to the island, as legend foretold. Okay. Let's go back, collect these guys up. Oh, what the heck? Oh! Holy moly. Give me that. Give me that. I do believe there's a way up there. If I go around the long way. Oh, fuck. That's not what I meant to do. Ah! I wonder if these artillery guys can kill their own buddies. I don't think I've ever tried that. How do I get up there? Oh, I guess I can't get up there right now. There's a way I can check the garbage, right? Oh, there is. Okay. Ah! What? You can't do that. I was reading. Pirates these days have no manners. How dare they? Okay. I think I can just ignore these guys for now. Oh. Ah! 2 tanks. I don't know if I can get through without killing these. But I feel like that might be a speedrun strat, probably. Oh. Oh. This guy doesn't seem very smart. His tank was facing this way, when the way to get here is from that way. Low IQ robot. What is this? Can I die over here? The heck? Low IQ robot. I know that there's a ruin over here that I can explore, but I don't think I can do that right now. Oh, this guy's a sleepings. He's just a sleepings on the job. Oh, I can't come in here. Okay, I was under the impression that I could not. Oh, it might be one of those things where I need an item first before it's a Metroidvania. I don't have the thing necessary to progress. Oh. It's a mimic. Ow. Give me that. Okay. I technically don't even really need this money right now. There's nothing to buy in the near future before the boss fight. But since that I am here, oh wait, isn't there like a cool buster part up here? Maybe this is a good idea to have come here first. We shall see. Yep. Ah! Okay. This area is just so empty. Oh, fuck. No. Okay. Cannon kit. What's that for? I forget what all of the... Okay, this is where I can't progress any further because I need the long jump. I forget what all of the special weapons are. And I forget which ones were my favorites. I know that there's one that lets you suck all the items that they drop, whether it's the monies or the healings. What else is there? I know that there's a sword. There's also like a rapid fire machine gun kind of thing, but that one kind of sucks. It looks cool. And it sounds cool in theory, but it's actually kind of pretty inaccurate, I believe. But maybe I just wasn't good at using it before. Oh no, these guys are back. He woke up from his nap. Okay, let's save with the monkey. Monkey. Or actually, no, I don't need to save. I just need to save state. Save state. Easy. Okay. I think this is one of my favorite boss fights. It's like such a cool design. Holy moly.
I dig, and I'm still nowhere near the bottom. Maybe we will need that key after all.
Master Teasel, we were beaten. That blue boy is heading this way.
The blue ball?
All right, everyone, quit digging. Our priority now is to get rid of our little blue friend, all right? Be careful and don't be fooled by his size. He's already beaten Bon and Tron. Let's do it.
Look, see, this is a good game for boys. You might be small and blue-balled, but don't be fooled by his size. Showdown with T-Bon. You must destroy the digging robot Marlwolf. The robot's outer shell is heavily armored, but the hatch is nearly defenseless. Shoot the treads to slow the robot down, then jump onto the robot from the rocks and shoot at the hatch.
Mission start!
Forget it. Your little pea shooter won't even scratch my page. That little... What does he think he's doing?
Yep, that's it. I thought for sure it would take a couple more hits than that. This guy is completely unaware. Ah! Woo!
What do you think you're doing?
Fuck.
Hurry up and close the hatch.
Oh my goodness, you can't throw the mines in there? Holy crap. Oh! Woo! Woo! You have too many bombs, dude. What? That guy's a cheater. What? Oh, how do I still not have enough range for that? This game is a load of shit. Ah! Open up! What the heck? There's no way. I'm actually really pissed that I don't have the range for that. What the heck? Okay. Okay, buddy. They gotta make me go all the way around. Oh shit. Oh no! Okay. He's so far away, I can't even hit him. Yo, fuck this game. If he can stay over here, I could just fuck him up. Because I know I have the range for here. Ah! Look, he's so far away. How is that not... The fuck? Did you guys see that? Maybe they want me to jump on top of him while he's close. That could be it. I can't reach! I'm too small! Oh, see? That's the problem. In the game, I'm just a small blue-balled guy. But I don't have any experience of being that in real life, so... my expectations do not match reality. I don't know what it's like to be short. Uh-oh. Okay, okay. I think we're good.
I thought I told you to close the hatch. No! What are you standing around for? Put out the fire! Put it out!
Okay.
The automated fire extinguishers
automated.
What? But it's inconceivable!
Inconceivable.
Punk like that ever defeat me!
I think this did come out at some point after
Cost to build that in the first place.
Princess Bride, so maybe that's a reference to inconceivable.
Master Teasel?
Just you wait. Oh, you're mine, Blue Boy. I'll get you.
Time to go home.
I forget how to get the mission complete for this one, because the enthusiasm with which they shout out mission complete is dependent upon how well you completed the mission. I guess because I took too long, maybe this one's like time-based. Because my range is apparently dog shit. It's not what it looks like.
Mega Man, can you hear me? The mayor says there's something real important she has to talk with you about. Can you come back here?
She's pregnant. Already?
Roger. I'll head back to City Hall.
Roger, roger.
If only we'd known there was someone like him here in the first place. We won't fail next time. We'll ambush him, concentrate our firepower on him. We won't cut him any slack just because we outnumber him. That kid's going down.
Just wait till you see, Teasel. I've got a new robot I've been wanting to build that'll do the trick. That'll teach him.
This time, we get rid of Blue Boy for sure. And get that treasure.
The heck? The guy was like a Pikachu baby.
Wow. Wow.
I don't think I ever heard that sound before.
Mega Man, good going! You showed those pirates who's boss.
Yes, I dominated the
How can I
pirates.
thank you? You've done so much for us.
Oh, I can think of a few ways you can
this
thank
will
me.
convince those pirates to give up. I'm afraid to think what might happen if they get their hands on the treasure. The legends say a horrible disaster will occur if it's ever unearthed. Even if that's just a myth, lately we've been detecting increased activity underground. The Reaver bots are apparently activating of their own accord. It has me concerned. Maybe there's some truth to those stories about a horrible disaster? I wonder. Mega Man, would you be willing to explore the caves and dungeons on the island and see if you can find anything? You will? Oh, thank you so much. Here, you'll need this. Only the best diggers are able to get a Class A license. The best of the best.
You hear that, guys? I'm the
With
best
that
digger.
license, you'll be able to get into the sealed-off sites. The ones those pirates have been trying to break into. I give you my permission to dig in the island's subgates. Just let me know if you find anything that can tell us about the treasure or that disaster that's supposed to happen.
She wants me to dig into her subgates. I see.
And
I understand.
I hate to mention this, but if while you're digging you find anything of value, it would mean a lot to us if you could donate it to help with the restoration of the city. Thank you again. Be careful.
Speaking of donating to the restoration of the city and the museum, I wonder if the museum has, is it Bach? I don't know if that's gonna get caught by the YouTube copy strike system. It is technically a... It's a... What is this music? Is it MIDI? It's made in this style, so it's not the an exact recording of a performance, I don't think. So I might get strike for having the same melody, but I don't know if we're gonna get shreked by that. The cannon kit makes the powered buster. Thanks, the powered buster. Does it just say beat it, Buster? Much harder. Punch, but its rate of fire isn't that great. Don't forget that when you get into a fight. Okay. Let me see what it looks like. Maybe I'll remember. Patches. Oh, okay. It's like this one's like a bazooka, kind of. A rocket launcher. I don't know what's the first dungeon we go to. Would this be useful? Well, let's go ahead and equip it just because it looks cool. But, oh no, I forgot about this. It keeps growing all the way until the next one. Okay, let me get this. What kind of upgrades can I grab? Oh no, I did it again! What kind of upgrades can we do here? We can do more damage for 3,500. More ammo for 5,000. That's 1/3 of what I have. More range for 16. And that's it. Well, if we're going to be toying around with it, let's get more ammo. That's the most expensive as well, so let's do that. I think we're good there. And I guess I will give the rest of the monies to... or most of the rest of the monies toward rebuilding the city, because I done goofed quite a bit. Unfortunately, this was an unforeseen circumstance, because I thought I would be able to play much better. Okay, what's the donations? How much do you guys need? 9,000 for condominiums. Oof. 7,500 for residential houses. 2,000 for the bank. How much do I have? Oh, I have 10,000. Okay, let's do 2,000. Let's do the entirety of the bank. So that means I have about 8,000 left. I guess it was good that I explored that other dungeon real quick, what was available there. We can do the entire of the residential houses, right? 75. Yeah, let's do that. Or hang on, if I get 200 more, I can do the 9,000. Let's hold off on this. Fuck. And let's donate every single penny that I have to the condominiums. Easy peasy. I'm broke, guys. I need help. We're trying to build back better, but I'm broke. The inflation is too high. The Joe Biden inflation. Okay, where the heck am I supposed to go now? I guess this is where I should have spoken to roll. Let's have a look. What do I do now, bitch? I actually don't know where I'm supposed to go. What should I do now? Oh, perfect. The monkey has the answers. When in doubt, Master Mediadoc, always ask the monkey. I heard the bones are going to the subgate at the Cardin Forest. Oh, okay. I believe... I believe this is the dungeon where we get the long jump. Maybe. Unless I'm misremembering the location and the name. Can we go to Cardin Forest? Okay. This way. I don't think they ever mentioned anything about this dungeon here. This isn't the one we're supposed to go to, it's the other one way over there, but since we are here, let's see if I can grab any monies out of this dungeon real quick. Oh no, it's this one. Okay, I need the long jump to progress any further here. But I might as well grab this money. Money, money, money. Oh, no! Ah! Fuck. How much are those big guys? I have 1350. Those big guys are probably like a 500 maybe. But I can't do much here. Let's get the heck out of here. And let's actually progress the story. I think I'll do this dungeon and then I'll call it a night. Because I'm getting kind of hungry and I want a yummy hot soups. She was looking for mushrooms on the other side. This bitch is just trying to get high. A tank rolled up out of nowhere. I'm getting out of here. She's zooming. She's a zooming. Oh my goodness. I don't think it's supposed to look like that on actual hardware console.
Okay, everybody, on your toes. Let's show Miss Tron what we can do.
What the heck?
Come to back you up, Mega Man. I may not be able to do much, but if you get in trouble, get inside the car, okay? I'll get you back to safety.
Wow, this bitch thinks I need her help. I have been perfectly fine without your assistance.
Just a little bit more, Mega Man. We're almost there.
I do not need a woman's help. Oh my goodness, is she not gonna shut up? Oh no. Oh no. Ah! What the heck? That guy's a fucking artillery from Miles. Ah! Oh, it was this guy. Okay. I thought it was that guy over there who shot me. What the heck? That guy was cheating. 100%. See, woman, I didn't need your help. Silly woman.
Huh? There's a fence? I'm gonna ram it, Mega Man. Stand back.
That's what he said, right? Silly woman. Okay. This game is pretty spooky and it's got creepy sounds, especially in the dungeons. I don't know if I was
Can you hear me, Mega Man? I'm picking up high energy readings from close by. It looks like it's a refractor. And a big one, too.
I don't know if I was spooked of this game as a kid. I don't think so. I think I was, by the time we got this, I was like 7 or 8 years old, so I was starting to develop.
Refractor shielded? Most high-level refractors are protected in some kind of shield. You'll have to look for the control console and deactivate the shield.
I was at the age where I was already developing my interest and love of horror and spooky things, so maybe that's why
Nothing?
I enjoyed this game.
It looks like the starter's missing. It's probably hidden somewhere nearby. You'll have to find it. Remember, there might be more than one starter key, too.
I wonder if people who grew up with like N64 and PlayStation and early 3D movies and games, if we have like this, oh my goodness, this high propensity toward enjoying creepy, spooky things like the back rooms and everything, because of how just because of how these things were designed back then. These guys are pretty spooky. Especially later on, they get way spookier. Is there a name for that? I feel like it's not the Uncanny Valley, but it might be something else. No! Rip, I just lost all that money. I am the retarded. Ah!
Did you find anything? I'm picking up a faint signal. That must be the starter key. Keep looking. There's probably a few more lines.
Oh my
there.
no! Ah! I can definitely see how this would spook a kid. That reminds me of when I was playing the Shrextra Large. There was this one corridor where you could run through, and I turned the camera so that the camera's pulling away and Shrek is facing you as you're running, and it looked kind of like a spooky nightmare. That's what that reminded me of. It's being chased by a spooky robot ghoul. there were some secrets down here. And for a fact, there's one ogre on this side. This might be the only one then. 2,300. We are at 11,000 zenny. How much did we need? We needed 9,000 plus 7,000. So we're almost there. Although I guess I paid off the majority of the 9,000. So probably 8,000 is what we need. So we have already paid off all of the damages that I done goofed on. Old doll. Oh, that's for the museum. Every time I...
Remember the first time you went on a dig, Mega Man? I wasn't used to being a spotter, and you ended up getting lost underground for 3 days. Remember? You were lucky that Gramps came to help us. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been there.
I was about to say before this woman interrupted me that every time I see one of those those chests, I always assume that they're mimics. And I always preemptively dodge. I literally trust none of these chests ever. Uh-oh.
There's something there. It looks like some kind of compactor or something.
Huh.
Did you find another starter? That's
I almost missed it. Oh, I know how to shut her up now. We can just interact with the world and that'll stop her. Interacting with the world is more important than listening to women speak. See, like the 90s, they knew what was up. Patches! Oh, you're hungry? Okay. We're almost done. Okay, the kitties are getting hungry too, so that's a good sign. That we should call it after this dungeon. I can have a yummy hot soups and kitty cuddling. Oh, there's the sprig set. There's my long jump.
Doesn't look like there are any big reaver bots here.
Oh, rip. I should have actually listened to what she had to say there.
That's it. Now you should be able to access the cons.
Okay. The good thing, what I do like about this early dungeon is yet again the Metroidvania where you can come back later. There's this whole other area that opens up. I think I do need multiple things though, because I can develop my long jump now and get up there, but I believe I do need a couple other unlocks before I can actually progress and discover everything over there. This always reminded me of a Jolly Rancher. I don't know if it was just me.
Nothing's happening?
This is Babby's first dungeon, literally, actually. Since that was so quick, I will go ahead and make my long jump and then we'll go see what's over there just in case there's anything else cool I can grab. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Give me my weapons. Grenade kit was used to make the grenade arm. Alright, we can throw grenades. Okay. I don't think those ones are as good. Oh, wait a second. If a bomb hits a wall, it will bounce off. Ah. Okay, here's my long jump. I don't think I need anything else here. Okay, let me put on my new legs. Oh fuck, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. I don't think there's gonna be too much here. I think there might be like a, there's a certain special arm that's like a drill, and that might be what I need to get further. Oh no, wait, I think I know what this is like the main gate, right? Oh no, it's not the main gate. Oh fuck! Ah! That guy almost snuck up on me. These guys also kind of reminded me of clowns. They have like a little jester up here. Like, look at their nose. Their pointy hat looks like a jester. I don't know if it's just me. Okay. Give me all your monies. Money, money, money. Money, money, money. What the heck? 10,000 zenny? Just sitting around? Oh, this one's a mimic, right? Oh, it's not. Okay. Okay, so this is the area we were in before with these two guys. And now I can get up here. Okay, this one's a mimic. Ah! See, I told you. I told you. Okay, this one's also a mimic. Oh! See, it was imitating a Buster unit. I told you. I told you. Oh my goodness, I'm literally gonna get lost in here. There's just so many doors. Oh, okay, this is the other dungeon where we explored before coming to this main one. So that's connected this way. I don't know if I ever tried it as a kid. I think all of the dungeons, or most of them at least, are connected in one way or another. So in theory... In theory, you can go through the entire map underground, I believe. still alive? This room is just empty. There's nothing here. What the heck? Although I guess it makes sense if if every single dungeon is connected in one way or another. It makes sense that there are some big rooms that are just there to to act as space. Can I get up there? Oh. This one's a mimic. Look, I can see the glowing circle of danger on the bottom left. It's a mimic. It was pretending to be money. I could probably just go exploring most areas now, I think. Just because of the double jump. Oh, see ya. This one here might be under the... what's that place called? The Southern Gate? Okay, here is where I need to drill to get through there. Oh, this one's definitely a mimic. Rapid fire, okay. Yeah, I believe this area comes from... there's a boss who's super cool. He's like a giant... He kind of reminds me of... If anybody watched the Digimon movie with Omnimon, he kind of reminds me of that. Ow. I think his name is Bruno, this enemy that I'm thinking of right now. And he's got some pretty cool boss music too, so I like that fight. But okay, I'll call it here. I will head back up. Head back up to the monkey. We'll go explore there later. I don't know if there's a way to, in the menu, where I can just teleport me back outside. I don't think so. No, I gotta manually walk all the way back like a fucking caveman. As if we don't have the technology. Also gotta explore that way. I completely ignored that area. Okay. What time is it? It's 6:04 a.m. And I am hungry and I am cold. And I had fun playing Megamind 69. And I do enjoy the cozy Christmas vibes that I'm getting from it. Before I do anything funny and try to spend this money on weapons, I will go ahead and donate it back to the City Hall, and then we'll save there. Look, they're constructing. They're rebuilding all the stuff I allowed the robots to kill. see. Okay, residential houses, 7,500. Oh my god, I have 3,400 monies? Ah! Fuck! Why does pressing back cancel out of the entire dialogue? I want to just go back to the previous dialogue. Silly games in the 90s. Okay. Yeah. Go. Yeah. $180 for the remainder of the condominiums. Do that. Okay. Now the rest of the money I can use to buy more weapon upgrades. Fuck. The sleepy tired has come, and so has the hungry tummy. So, we will call it a night here. I guess I'll also save manually in-game. Just in case. It's a monkey. A monkey. It's a monkey. Okay. That is that. For the project, the art projects I'm working on, some of them I can do on stream. I will try. Wait, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. I will try to work on some of them. Each time I stream, just push it forward a little bit, like I did today with the Kitfoot animation. I didn't get very far, but I did get a lot of good reference, so I can speed up the process next time. However, my primary efforts will go to Fun and Games Episode 5. I have no current projected estimated time for when that will be done, but the time I will put into it will be definitely worth it. I'm still figuring out a few key things about the writing, and it will be good, and it will be fun, and I hope it will be enjoyable to experience watching it, as it has been enjoyable for me so far working on it, even though I am nowhere near close to done. But what I envision is pretty cool, and I think you guys will also find it to be pretty cool once it's done. Phew. Okay, where is my music? Music. Okay, happy Tuesday. Good luck. Have fun. Stay warm. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. Try not to die. Try not to swallow your tongue. Try not to suck your own dick. And, as always, I will see you next time. Bye-bye.